Hey, 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 happy Thursday. It is August 17th, 2023. Welcome back, everybody. Good to have you. Good to see you here. Thank you for joining me today. I appreciate it so very much. Today, guys, we are jumping into a new thing. We were supposed to be doing the follow up to Sarah Boone, but I forgot about tomorrow. And so today we're looking into the Skinwalker Ranch, folks. I hope you guys are all excited and interested in that because it is quite interesting. So I'm hoping to have you all here with me for this. Let's do it. Let's get the show on the road. Hello, 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 hello again. Welcome back. Excuse me, guys. Good to have you guys back again. I hope you all had a great night last night. And okay, it's having weird sounds going on in my head. Sorry. Oh, that's not a good thing, is it? Where's it at? So, yes. Okay, there we go. Things are starting to work a little bit better. So, as you can see today, we are talking about something just a little bit different. The Skinwalker Ranch. What is going on out there, guys? Seriously. A lot of you guys probably watched that show. I've looked into it a little bit, but it's an odd situation. Mama Bear requested this one. Typically, I would do this on Fridays. Um, Tomorrow, it was going to be for tomorrow, and I forgot that we have a hearing tomorrow, so that's not going to happen. So we have to cover that today. And the rest of the stuff with Sarah Boone, I will pick it up and finish it off Monday and move forward to something new. That's right, P Fox. So let's see who has graced us with their presence today. I got 118 beautiful people in here. Thank you so much for joining us. And 52 likes. Let's try and make a match, guys. Let's try and make it Mage it mega match. There we go. All right, let's see. It looks like we got JoJo in the house. That's so very awesome. Welcome back, JoJo. Great to have you. Wisdom Speaks. Miss Sherry's in the house. Great to have you here. Michael 007's in the house. Hello, Michael. Greetings from England. Welcome. Welcome, sir. Miss Jules of all trades. Welcome, Jules. Good to have you, darling. Thank you for joining us today. Great to be the OGs in the house. Great to see you. Great to have you here. The Canadian true crime buff. Welcome back. P. Fox. Welcome back to you as well. The UK as well, represented in Dagoville. That is fact. Fact. Daisy Dead, welcome back, dear. Good to see you. No chains in the house. Hey. Avy Marie, welcome back. Michigan, good to see you. Cammy Q, thank you for joining us today. Good to see you. Oh, Snap, Sharon's in the house. Great to have you here, Sharon. Thank you for joining us. Let me see. Miss Zelda's in the house. Thank you for joining us. Danger Zone, welcome back, brother. Good to see you. Crime Karen, Wine Mom. Hey, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. P. Fox, welcome back. Let's see here. Double Doll 666 is in the house. Welcome. Good to see you. Robert Bell. Let me see here. The Wandering Orphan, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Angie O'Reilly, thank you for being here. I appreciate you so very much. Allegedly Innocent, thank you for joining us today. It's very nice to see you here. I appreciate you. Let me see. Moni69, thank you for joining us. Great to have you. Tree Baby Tennessee, welcome back. Good to see you. Tina JP, thank you for being here. I appreciate you so very much. Donna Mondier, welcome back and welcome to the family once again. That was yesterday. Kel's, welcome. Great to see you. North Carolina Mountain Man, what's up, brother? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. I appreciate you. Let me see. Miss Crystal's in the house, guys. Great to see you, Miss Crystal. Where are we at? Mystic Virgo and Kimmy, welcome back. Both good to see you so very much. Miss Vanessa, thank you for joining us. Let me see here. Did I miss any? Miss Jennifer S., the Canadian cat lady. Welcome. Good to see you. Peaceful Warrior. Welcome. Great to have you here. Dakota Parker, great to see you. Thank you so very much for joining us. Allegedly Innocent again. It's so great to see you here. Thank you. Once again, guys, we got 134 amazing people in here. If you will, please hit that like button. Leave a little DNA for me so that way we can get out in the algorithm and get everybody in here that wants to talk about the Skinwalker Ranch, folks. Let's see what happens. Mega match if you can. I appreciate you so very much. Noni McPoppins, welcome. Great to have you here. Thank you for joining us today. Tina B, welcome back. Great to see you. Talia Farrow, thank you for joining us today. Miss Bonnie Bailey's in the house, guys. Great to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Dinky 1974, great to have you here. Lynn 69, welcome back. Great to see you. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're feeling better. Great to have you here. Let's see. Did I get everybody? Evie Marie, Kels. I do got to show you guys something. For those of you that weren't in here yesterday, I'll have to show you this. It was kind of funny. One of our awesome family members in here, Miss Willow, sent me a little bit of a gift. Some of you all know what I'm talking about. Some others don't, and it is hilarious. Miss Skittles in the house. Good to see you, Skittles. Taste the rainbow. Yay. Kid Kitty, welcome, dear. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Pamela, welcome. Good to see you here. Crazy P, welcome back. Great to have you. Mystic Virgo. Let's see. Daisy Dead. I think I got Jennifer S. Almost everybody. If I didn't, War Eagle. Hey, roll tide roll. Jacqueline Keeley, welcome. Good to see the new faces in here. Bonnie Masick. I think I got everybody. But if I didn't, please don't take it personal. Hope and happiness. Welcome. Great to have you here. I will catch up with you. I will. I promise. Katie Perrin, good to see you. Let me see. Jojo. Evil CJ's in the house. What's up, buddy? Good to see you. I thought you had to work today, brother. CR, welcome. Good to have you. Tara Webb, welcome. Good to see you. Looks like Miss Kim Marin has been a member for 10 months, guys. Wow. How about that one? Congrats, Kim, and thank you so very much for that. That's awesome. Gloria S., great to see you. All right, I did get everybody, I think. Yes. I think I did. Miss Heather's in the house. Good to see you, Miss Heather. Thank you for joining us. Cheryl Graham, welcome. Good to see you. Fodipus Audix, thank you for joining us. I don't know why I can't say that. Cappuccina 877, thank you for being here today. I appreciate you so very much. Raylan Kerr, welcome. Good to see you. Another Aussie in the house. That's so awesome. Again, welcome. Congratulations, Kim. That is so awesome. 10 months, folks. You cannot beat that at all. That is a loyal family member. 10 months, folks. Come on now. Thank you so much, Kim, for your support. You are amazing and beautiful, just like everybody else in here. They're beautiful people. Sorry, guys. All right. Phantom 67, great to see you. Thanks for being here today. Where are we at? I think that is everyone right there at that point now. All right. What's going on, CJ? All right, buddy. There's a link for you if you want to join me today. Tis up to you, sir. Hold on, please. Okay, guys. Once again, I need to show you these to you. This cracks me up. It don't fit me, guys. It's not gonna fit me, but it's the sweater. And it is the real one from Dux Brothers. Says it right on the sleeve there. It's the sweater. Thank you so much, Willow. This is being hung up in my office in the back once I get rolling back there here soon. It is crazy. It is crazy. You're right, Danger Zone. Right. I got 2 of them. Yes, 2 of them. I do. Yeah, I know. North Carolina, I know. Katie Crime Ghoul, good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Miss Kara Willis, great to see you. Blah. Yes. And she wrote me a wonderful card. Again, for those of you that did not check this out, Chick Antique, welcome. This is from Willow. She's a channel member, has been for quite a while. She's an awesome lady. She's a wonderful researcher. She's just amazing. She says, there's the card, and it says, enjoy the laugh and keep to remember the case that rocked true crime, and ain't that right? Thank you for an amazing show and friendship and dedication to true crime truth. Love, Willow. And that sits right here on top of my desk. That's my actual first piece of fan mail, I guess you could call it, per se. I love it. Love it. Thank you. If you can hear me, Willow, thank you so very much. I do appreciate you so much. Nobody will ever forget Moscow, Idaho, I don't think. But yeah, I got two of these guys. Two of them. Completely. Love it, love it. But I'm hanging it in my office around my desk when I get my office set up in the back here in my den. That's what I'm doing soon. What's up, Deborah? Good to see you. Okay, I guess CJ's not joining me. No problem. Wanting to hang out in the chat today. I get it. Miss Sherry K, good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Kyla Delilah, welcome. So today, guys, for those of you that are just tuning in, looks like we're at 94 likes, guys. Let's get a few more in here. That way we can get out in that algorithm. Today, we're talking about the Skinwalker Ranch. Typically, we do that kind of stuff on Fridays. That's what I'm doing on Fridays now. But tomorrow, we have that huge hearing going on that we all want to be part of for the University of Idaho scenario. So we're doing that tomorrow. So we had to flip-flop things around. So we're covering the Skinwalker Ranch today. We're just pretending today's Friday and tomorrow's Thursday. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. Yes, Miss Willis, she's so awesome. CJ's AFK. All right, well, there we go then. No problem. I'm game for swapping days. Right. Yeah. And then Monday or Tuesday, depending on what happens with Friday, I'll finish up on Sarah for you guys. I don't want to leave you guys hanging on anything. There's not a whole lot left. I just want to show you some other things, some of the letters that she has. Maybe we'll do a 2-part on Monday. We'll finish that off real quick, and then we'll start into the next scenario and see what's going on. But I won't leave you all guys hanging. I hope you guys enjoyed yesterday's show. I definitely did. A little bit different scenario, and definitely gave you guys an insight into what the hell is going on over there. You know what I mean? That was a bit of a crazy situation, if you ask me. I'm sorry. Miss Bonnie Messick. Grew up living in... I grew up believing in skinwalkers. Taught my daughter the same. Wow. Very awesome. Very interestingly awesome, Bunny. Well, thank you so very much for that. Chains. Awesome, Kim. Welcome, round robin. Oh, okay. Maybe he is coming up. Hello?
Creepy music, bro. No, I had to make a Lulu K-cup real quick. I didn't realize you were wanting me to come up, so I was like, shit, I need to make a K-cup real quick.
Well, I always have you up here when I'm live. Like if you're here.
Well, you're doing Skinwalker, so
I didn't think,
I want to just come support you, whether it's in chat or.
Either way. It looks like everybody wanted you up here, so. I thought you were working today. I didn't even know you were doing a live.
Yeah, I did too. I went to work.
Oh, wow.
I was there for about a half an hour, and you know how like they cut hours back a couple weeks ago, so I'm only working 35, so I basically have Fridays off pretty much.
Did you get Thursdays off too?
Well, they didn't have any work for the department.
Oh.
So I'm like, okay. I went to work for a half an hour, and then I came home, and I'm like, well, fuck it. I guess I'm going live. And everything that I was going to do tomorrow, minus the body cam deep dive, I went ahead and started going into and did some of the breaking news. I was trying to be off earlier than what I was, but that's crazy.
That's weird.
That's crazy.
Definitely. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. It kind of takes a little from your paycheck, I'm sure, but I mean,
it is what it is.
A little more time to yourself, you know?
Yeah. Plus, I like being able to do those shows where I can cover live breaking news and stuff too.
Yeah. What was I didn't get to see it because I slept stupid late today, folks. That's another thing.
I bet you did, bro.
I don't sleep this long. My wife is like, do you want to wake up? I'm like, why? She's like, it's 11:30. I went, what? Yeah.
I said a Discord this morning. I was like, live at last minute. Sorry. But yeah, I was like, "Where's Dago at?" Like, I thought, because we were
Mm-hmm.
having a lot of good conversations, even about mental health and stuff too.
Dago was snoring, folks.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was up. It was like what 3 a.m. when we ended last night, and then
yeah,
or no, it was a little bit earlier than that. And then I went into Discord and we were looking at all of Dolphin's gaming stuff and computer. We were looking at the PCs and like the PC she has and all the
yeah.
different specs and stuff like that. Because I'm getting it. I'm getting
Is
one,
that
folks.
what I
And
need? Is that what I need? What she has?
we don't need what she has. No, she's
No.
got she could run the Pentagon with what the hell she has. I'm just telling you, like she's got some insane shit, bro. It's crazy, but
She needs a
like
T-shirt that
a
says "I can
quarter
run the
of what she
Pentagon."
has.
Yeah,
Yeah. We could go with we'd be
that's
very good
awesome.
with a quarter of what she's got. Like her shit looks like it's about to take off from the table and fly to outer space or some shit.
Wow, for real.
Hmm.
Yeah, we don't need all that.
No,
We
she's
just
got
need
like 9
LSPDFR.
fans. Right. It's quick, dude. But she plays like insane. She does like
What's that?
Diablo, all the Diablo games, World of Warcraft, all that kind of stuff, and she's nonstop rolling with it. She's got like a 50-inch monitor screen and all this stuff. So
Whoa, that's what I
she's
need for mine.
yeah,
Shit,
she's dedicated. That's all I'm saying.
we need 50. Shit, then we could really do some deep diving, bro, with a 50. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? Come on.
Yeah, and I
I
showed her
already,
the
ooh,
um, LSPD FR last night. I showed it to her. She's like,
yes, yes,
I could hear it in her voice, bro. She was like, "Hmm,
yeah,
I like that. I'm gonna
uh-huh,
check that out." I said, "I bet you
yeah,
do."
yeah,
But yeah, I
yeah,
told her it was a PC game. She was like, "Oh, I could play with you guys." I said, "Yes, you
yeah,
can."
yes, yes. She could even be LE if she wanted,
Right,
or
right,
some crazy
absolutely.
psycho.
Yes,
Uh,
thank you, Heather, for that. I
um,
appreciate it, hon. She's probably
well,
sleeping, folks. She does not sleep like a normal person. I think she's a vampire, to be honest with you. Um, she does not. She stays up all night and then she goes to bed probably 7, 8 o'clock if we're lucky in the morning, and then she ends up getting up here a little while after we get live. So she's got an interesting schedule, but she's
same sleep, just different schedule.
yeah, she's opposite us. That's all, pretty much. Pretty much. Evie says, guys, I just had you're gonna make me don't start with the food, Evie. Here we go.
Oh, here we go. I didn't
Dead
even eat
biscuits and gravy.
breakfast. I just
Damn,
came home.
that sounds good, Evie.
Hey, are you doing anything tonight?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Well, probably whatever you're doing.
Okay, well check this out, dude, because since I was able to go live during the daytime today,
Yeah.
I'm gonna be doing episode 1 LA Noir tonight.
Oh, okay. Cool. Because I have the game. I have never done
So
anything with it
this
yet.
if you'd like, I would love to have you up on panel if you're available. Because yeah, we're starting tonight, LA Noir.
Sounds good. Welcome, Amy
Yeah.
Conway. Good to see you, dear. What the hell, Danger Zone? What do you? What is this? I had chocolate cake with vanilla buttercream icing for breakfast.
Yum.
This reminds me of Bill Cosby doing it. Remember that thing back in the day? Daddy's great. Gives us a chocolate cake. That's what it reminds me of. Who eats cake for breakfast, Danger Zone? You know better than that, brother. Come on. Welcome, Miss Nina.
I saw Andrew Dice Clay when I was a kid. That's the comedy that that was on the TV screen at my home. Andrew, tickety dot.
Oh, little Miss Muffet sat on a tuffet. Oh, I'm not gonna say the rest of it because I don't want to.
Right?
Yeah,
That's the
right,
shit. That was when I was like, damn. Yeah.
right. Hold on,
Yeah,
man.
it's funny. Andrew Dice Clay. George Carlin, definitely George Carlin was a big one.
Oh yeah, Robin
George
Williams
Carlin was a big one.
was my favorite. I think of every comedian. Back then, Robin Williams and
Oh yeah, that sounds so good.
God, who am I trying to? I was trying to think. There was another Eddie Murphy, of course. What was the other guy's name? Oh, Richard Pryor. Oh, I liked all that.
Oh yeah, Richard Pryor for sure. Yeah, Richard
Eddie
Pryor
Murphy,
for
Raw
sure.
and Delirious. Yes, Jennifer, you are correct. Those were great.
I love.
And I don't know
Breakfast
what
Club.
happened with him. He's He's gone so mainstream that he doesn't even touch comedy anymore. It's great. Sam Kinison, yes, I miss him.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a crazy story right there.
Yeah, for
Dude, you
real.
should have a show on that sometime, Sam Kinison.
That's
Dude,
crazy.
the story is freaking
Yes.
crazy.
Yes, it is.
That'd be a good show, man.
Ivan Montez, welcome. Joining. Thank you for joining us. 10 minutes. Well, that 10 minutes is worth it all to me. Thank you for joining us.
Especially
Thank you,
if
Miss
in
Heather.
spirits.
Yes, again, for those of you that do not know about it, our lovely moderator, Miss Molly Drake, Molly Cat, I call her. She's got an awesome channel that is a lot about the kind of stuff that we've been talking about on Fridays. Go check it out if you would. There's a link. Channel's called Molly Drake. It's great stuff, folks. Great stuff. Please show some love. Check it out. Show the support there.
Sorry, my brain read Sam Kinison from the other comment, so I didn't realize. But yeah, that's who we were talking about, right? Sam Kinison. My brain just read Sam Kinison, not Kinshaw.
Oh yeah. Okay, it's okay. Welcome, Pamela. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Thanks for being here. No chains. Thank you guys for subscribing to Miss Molly. There she is. Good golly. Miss Molly's in the house, everybody. There she is. Bing, bang, boom. Hey, what's going on, dear? Thank you for being here. Dago, I have tried to donate to your channel, but it won't let me use the link. Maybe because which link are you trying to use, Miss Nina? I can try to help you out. Let me see here. Let me know what it is. Judith Arrington, welcome. Yes, Robin Williams was awesome. For those of you that don't know who Robin Williams is, I'm sure most of us do. He was amazing. I don't know. There's a couple people that asked me one time who Robin Williams was. Can you believe that? Because I have no idea that nobody would ever not know who he was, but it is what it is. He was Mork and Mindy. He started there, I think. He's been in millions of movies, it seems, and I don't know. Oh, shoot. Give me 1 second, folks. There's something going on outside my front of my house. 1 second. I'll be right back.
Mrs. Doubtfire. It should work over the phone. Yes, Molly Drake. I've checked out some of your videos. It's good stuff. That's what's so cool about all you guys. It's all your sleuthing as well. Definitely contributes to our presentation. And without you guys, holy crap, that's a big tattoo, Jules. Wow, that sounds sick as hell. Wow, I bet that is amazing. P-Fox. Oh, for sure, Molly. I checked out some of your videos quite a while back, actually. I think it was probably a month and a half ago. Somewhere around there. What's up, Woman Power? Wait till you watch that video. Sorry, I missed some of chat. StreamYard and YouTube are bugging. Like yesterday when I went live, I lost the first 13 minutes of my chat. So I missed a lot.
Sorry about that, everybody. The grass guy is outside.
Oh, fun.
Mm-hmm.
Good music, man. I like the background music.
Yeah, I try to add
Awesome.
music to what we're doing, so
Yeah, it's awesome.
Oh, yeah. All right, yeah, there we go. Thank you, Heather. For those of you that don't recognize or don't know yet, please check out the Jules of All Trades True Crime. That's our lovely Miss Jules that comes in here all the time. She's so very awesome, has great content. She's always here helping us out. Please show some support. Go over there, show a little bit of love to her. She deserves it. She does some great stuff, guys. Subscribe.
Oh.
All right.
Yeah,
What
the
were you saying?
Skinwalker Ranch is creepy.
Yeah. So, what does everybody know? What does everybody in here know about Skinwalker Ranch? Does anybody know anything about it? Michelle Mack, welcome back. Yes, Miss Jules is awesome. What is
Yes,
Molly
she
talking
is.
about? They need all the views they can get.
Appreciate her hard work.
Yay.
Come on, artists. We need that picture, cartoon characters of all of us content creators standing in front of our own mystery machine.
Yeah. Miss Jules says, "Oh, I know loads about Skinwalker Ranch. Delved into it for a while, just binge stuff for months." Hey. I hope maybe you're not busy today. If I can get that lucky, that never happens because Jules is a busy woman. But I'd love to have you join me up here, Jules. If you would join us, I'd love to have your insight into this as well. So, it's a weird situation out there, folks. Again, like I said, typically for those that are just jumping in, Fridays has become the day that we kind of go off track from true crime and do something a little different. Last week we had a great show. We were talking about aliens in general and UFOs, UFPs, whatever you want to call this stuff. And we had a couple guests on the channel. Robert Earl White showed up here. Thank you again, Robert, if you're listening. That was awesome. Okay, Jules, just let me know, dear, if you can, please. I would love it. And then, of course, there she is. The other guest we had jump up here was Miss Trinity. Thank you for joining us today, Trinity. She jumped on panel, had a few things to talk about with that scenario.
With the Skinwalker Ranch?
No. Last Friday when we had the conversation about aliens, Trinity jumped
neat.
in on panel. Robert Earl White was on panel with us, surprisingly enough.
Neat.
Blue Flame Integration is friends with
Okay.
Robert White, and Blue Flame was in
Oh.
here. I wish she was in here right now because I think she would love this stuff.
Yeah, I seen Blue Flame. Shout out.
Yeah. Is she in here? I don't see her. If not,
Not in
she
here,
will be.
just in shows. Great
Miss Sarah
comments too.
Bear. Oh yes. Blue Flame is awesome. Love her.
Thought provoking.
Yes. Trinity Red or Blue Pill. Hi ho, hee ho, Kermit the Frog here. Yes. Welcome to the newest members. That is absolutely correct. Thank you, Heather. All right. I'm just checking to make sure. Again, thank you for joining us again today, Trinity. It's so great to have you here. Once we get into this, guys, I will bring a few of you up here that has anything you want to speak on about this legendary CEO. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Let's see here, Miss S. Zena Zram. Thank you for joining us. Kansas 997. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. That show was amazing. It was informative, validating in some ways, and just awesome. The whole show and conversation, Robert, awesome. Thank you, Kansas. I'm glad you enjoyed that. And I'm going to try to have more and more of these Friday shows where we kind of go off a little ways into some different topics. Brendan Chase, good to see you. Miss Carolyn Miller, welcome. KDD, good to have you here. That is another subject we're going to jump into, folks, just because I bet a lot of people talk about it. Probably next Friday, we're going to look into the Bigfoot scenario.
Ooh.
And the variations of Bigfoot. Here in Ohio, we have one that they call the Ohio Green Man. There's the something Yeti in towards Alaska, I'm told. Just there's so many different variations of what people see. So we're going to be looking into that next Friday, folks. Everything goes right, hopefully. So Fridays are going to become our, I guess we can call it Paranormal Friday, and just we're going to look into different things that we don't typically look at. It's a nice break from the true crime scenarios and stories, and it gives you guys a little bit of a relax before you hit your weekend and a wind down. So I'm excited about Fridays, guys. I'm excited about Fridays. Yes, there's so much that we can talk about, Jules. That's absolutely correct. That's what we're doing. Bigfoot, Loch Ness, all of this stuff, the Jersey Devil, all of that kind of stuff, guys. That's what Fridays are going to be about now. So I hope you guys are into that. If you are, I hope you're excited.
That's cool.
Yes, that is where we're going with it. Yeah, I have something living in my backyard. I swear to God, I don't know what it is. Miss Molly knows about it. I got some kind of a owl moth man looking thing. I have no idea what the hell it is. Yes, Jules, the Mothman as well. Absolutely.
Crazy.
I have a prehistoric owl that lives around my house. I told you guys I live in a very rural area, okay? And when we first moved in, it was towards November, beginning November. It wasn't super cold outside at that month, but we're sitting on our back deck, and it was dusk. And I hear I heard a squawk noise, okay? I'm in Ohio, by the way. And then I hear this woof, like wings. You know what wings sound like when they're being flapped on a bird, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But like very much more dramatic sounding than what a normal bird wings would sound, like a hawk or something like this. And I'm like, what in God's name was that? And you could see a shadow in the sky over top of my pool come down and swoop. And that's what I called it, Heather. It was a joke. I was like, Jesus Christ, was that a fucking pterodactyl? Excuse my language, but it was huge. The shadow was monstrous. It overshadowed like my whole pool. And I'm like, what was that? So I got up and I go down like an idiot. I'm looking around. I'm looking up and this and that. And I hear some rustling. I have a whole bunch of like pine trees that line the whole right side of my house. And it separates the yard from the next house and all that. And I was just like, I'm looking through the trees. I'm looking here and I'm looking there and I'm going, what the hell was that? So I turn around, I go walking back towards the deck. My wife's sitting there. My wife's uncle is there, everything. We're just talking. And then we heard it again going the other direction. I turned to look and I caught the tail end of whatever it was. And it looked like it was an owl. Okay. But I've never seen an owl that big in my life ever.
How big do you think it was, like the wingspan?
Okay. Well, standing on the ground, I would have to say that it was the size of my granddaughter. Okay. Wingspan, it was beyond 6 foot, dude. Based on the shadow, it had to have been like a 6 foot. You know what I mean by like this way?
Damn. Yeah.
It was
Wingspan.
huge, TJ. I didn't think anybody would ever believe me on this. They're like, you're over exaggerating. You're crazy. You're this, you're that. No, I'm not. The noises that this thing makes too. It's not like an owl noise. There's no hoot hoot. It's none of that. It's like
Can you do it?
I can't. It's a really high pitch, like squawky.
Can you use one of your voice things to?
No, I don't think it'll.
Hello. Hi.
Yeah.
It was kind of like like that.
Whoa.
But it was higher pitched.
Higher than that?
Yes. I'm gonna be stuck in here now. Sorry.
Are you really? Nuh-uh.
Hold on.
No.
Hold on.
Shit, my bad. I won't.
No, it's okay. That's the noise. Hit the BT. It was. I can't do it again, Jules. I'm sorry. I can't even get out of this. Shit.
I'm sorry, bro.
It's all right, dude. Hold on.
I feel bad now.
All right.
Oh,
Nope, that's not it either. Hold on. I need oxygen.
Yeah, smash the thumbs for this.
Hello.
Hello. That is a cool voice, though, right there. Just roll with it. It is a cool voice, man. It is creepy. We all agree. We all are in agreement. Nope, can't hear you. No, can't hear you.
Oh yeah, I was muted. Like
There we go.
Thank you, Trinity, so very much. $9.99 super sticker. That is so awesome.
Disco, baby.
Yeah. So
I
yeah,
love it.
that was the creature story that lives in my backyard, and I got some stuff out here, guys. I don't know like what the hell lives out here. I'm surrounded by deep woods, and I got a huge dry lake swamp type area behind my house, behind my barn. There's a lot. There's a whole lot of stuff out here. I hear bobcats. I see and hear coyotes all the time. We
There's
had
a lot of
bear.
haunted stuff in Ohio. There is.
Dude, you're not
There
lying.
is. You'd be amazed. I used to do it myself, man.
Yes.
I can't wait for you to do some shit on your other channel.
I know. Yeah, you guys know I'm a paranormal investigator, and I've done this stuff for like 14 years, and I just don't do it anymore, you know? So I got to get the other channel up and rolling for sure. That's the truth. No swamp man, Brendan. Sorry, can't give you that one. What's up, Gemini? I caught a perch. What the hell, Danger? Let's see here. I caught a perch with a beak once from our chemical runoff section of the river back in the day. Yeah, I can imagine, dude. I can imagine. Yes,
must have been by Cleveland.
Yeah, right.
It must have been by
3 Mile Island. Yeah,
that
3
one
Mile
caught
Island.
on fire.
Exactly. All right, guys, give me 1 second. I'm gonna grab something and we're gonna get rolling on this.
What's up, Sergeant? Yeah, y'all have to look up the river in Cleveland that caught fire before from all the toxic chemicals, if you don't know about it. Koberger in costume, huh? A coyote.
All right.
What's up, man?
A
coyote. That's
what about what's up with the coyotes?
Somebody was feeding a coyote thinking it was a dog, and then the children said, "No, that's a coyote." They come up to you like pets now. All this wildlife. Yeah, it's getting crazy because, expanding and their woods getting taken away. So they have no choice but to come in people's neighborhoods. Hell, wolves and shit up in that area are a huge problem.
Yeah. We got stuff around here that, like I said,
yeah,
I don't know. I'll tell you this. I was sitting in my living room one time, right after we first moved in. I'm gonna tell you the story, then we're gonna get rolling here. I was sitting on my love seat. Okay, Molly, thank you, dear. And I was looking, the way my living room is, it's in the front of the house, of course. Then you go through my dining room, and then you go into my den in the very back of the house, and it's a straight shot right through, right? I have windows that line the whole back of my den, as you guys will see soon when I move back there, all the way across the back. And we have the blinds that come down, vertical blinds or horse. Yeah. Anyway, so I'm sitting on my love seat. I'm looking straight back through, and it was nighttime almost. And I have one of those big mercury lights on my garage, right? So it lights up the whole backyard. And the way that the house is set up is the den is an extension on the house, or an addition, I'm sorry. And it's up off the ground. Those windows are way up here. They're probably a good 13, maybe 12 foot off the ground. Okay. They're definitely not level with the rest of the house. And my deck comes off the back of the addition in the back of the house from my back door and goes out. Okay. And then there's my garage. So I'm watching. Yeah, I was was watching TV to my left, and I just happened to look up. And because of the light, the mercury light, I watched a shadow walk past those windows. The head of the shadow come past the windows.
Oh,
up here.
wow.
It was like, I told you guys, it's like 12 foot up. And I'm going,
Wow.
making sure, like, where the hell is everybody? First of all, I was the only one in the house. I think everybody was in bed because it was late. I don't understand how a shadow is going to reflect it that high off the ground. Even if somebody was back there walking around, like at a distance or something, it would not be that high up. I was like freaking out, like, what the hell is this now? So, I don't know. It was interesting. I'll just say that much. So,
Definitely gives you the shivers.
yeah.
I got them.
It's interesting. Like I said, I don't believe in Bigfoot. I don't really believe. I'm not a true believer yet in extraterrestrial. I'm not. I'm one of these people that you have to show me for me to believe things. Okay, that's just who I am. I don't know why. After last Friday's show, I do have some things that I'm dealing with in my mind now. You've ghost moved in my house. I'm moving out. I gotcha. Yes,
Right.
that's true, Elwing. I don't know if anybody else knows that. They found giant skeletons in the Ohio Valley. I'll show you guys that one of the. That'll be another show. I'm telling you guys. And these are bigger than Bigfoot skeletons too. It's weird. Danger Zone says all I know is Bigfoot smells bad and is elusive. I went to school with a guy like that. Just saying.
Smells bad.
Yes.
Smells bad.
And he was elusive. All right. Got you, Devil Doll. Hey, Sarge, how's it going? Gene Romaine, he used to pack his face with them and run away. Now he chills and eats what he can before hauling some off. Okay. Sergeant, you're talking about, okay. Gotcha. All right. Moving forward, guys. Sorry, there's such a delay today on this. Just trying to get everybody in here that was coming in here. I think everybody wanted to be in this for this one, so all right. Let me know. I think the audio should be good. All right.
For 100 unexplainable experiences. When they finally went public with their story, the whole world turned their eyes to this remote area of the country, and the Sherman Ranch would be given the name by which it is better known today, Skinwalker Ranch. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to Fire of Learning. This is the Campfire Series. Join us as we tell the full, actual story of what happened at Skinwalker Ranch. Before we begin, I would like to thank
Welcome, everyone.
Joachim, Marnie DeRuyter, Verbach, Sherry Cartwright, Bleh, Emily Clark, Bill.
Thank you guys all for joining us that are here for this. I appreciate this. If you guys would please leave a little DNA and a like button for me, I would really appreciate that. And if you will, I would really love it if you would leave a comment after the show so I know how everybody feels about these things that we're doing on Fridays. Again, today's Friday, folks, not Thursday, at least in here, just so you know. Aryan
Today,
vegetarian
it's quite
welcome.
clear there is an interest in the area. Fencing, security cameras, blocked off roads, and no trespassing signs surround the property, making it explicitly clear that the area is off limits to the general public. It was not like that whatsoever when Terry and Gwen Sherman purchased the property and moved in with their children in the autumn of 1994. What we will now discuss is the standard account of the events that would take place on this ranch in the 2 years the Shermans lived on it and the years after,
Congrats,
in
Renee.
which the area was officially investigated, many of the details of which were originally brought to the public in the famous 2005 book, Hunt for the Skinwalker. Science Confronts the Unexplained at a Remote Ranch in Utah by Dr. Colum A. Kelleher and George Knapp. The Shermans purchased the ranch with the intention of raising their 2 children, a teenage son and a 10-year-old daughter, and cattle on it. Terry was an experienced cattle rancher, and the area seemed suitable for the needs of raising the quality cattle for which he was known. The prior owners of the property, Kenneth and Edith Myers, had owned it since the 1930s. Because the property had been vacant for years before the Shermans
CJ,
acquired
look at
it,
the
it was
private
a
chat.
neglected fixer-upper. But the Shermans felt up to this task. As soon as the Shermans had begun moving in, however, they began to notice strange things about the property. Firstly, there had been an unexplained clause in the contract requiring them to contact the Myers family for permission to dig on the property. Second,
The ads are YouTube. It's a premium thing.
they found the home itself had been practically fortified, as if the Myers were expecting some kind of intrusion. The doors and windows had been bolted shut, with metal bars placed in the windows as well. There were also chains on each side of the house, which were assumed to have once been used to hold guard dogs. However, the Shermans chalked these unusual features up to the old couple just being a little bit eccentric. The family moved in and began to settle down into their new lives. It was not long after that the first incident occurred. One day, the Sherman couple, their 2 children, and Terry's father noticed a dog-like animal in the distance, approaching the ranch. From about 400 yards away, they could tell it was really quite large, probably a wolf. At about 50 yards away, it paused and stared the family down for a moment, then slowly approached them. The wolf did not seem to hesitate whatsoever, which suggested to them that it was possibly tame, maybe even someone's pet. As it came closer, they were better able to make out its features. This was no ordinary wolf. The wolf, it was said, came up to the chests of the 2 6-foot-tall men present. It was intimidatingly muscular, with gray fur and piercing blue eyes. Though a strong feeling of unease came over Terry as it came right up to his family, the wolf still appeared completely tame. They even pet the beast. Within a split second, however, the wolf turned and rapidly darted towards the corral that held Terry's calves. It attacked a curious calf who had stood too close to the gate. Terry and his father rushed to attack the beast and save their calf, but their blows failed to deter the creature in the slightest. Terry called to his son to bring him his gun, a Colt .357 Magnum pistol. This is where a tense and strange situation became a horror story. He shot the creature at point-blank range, but the bullet had little more effect on the wolf than did the blows of the 2 men. The beast did not simply withstand it. It seemed unconcerned by it altogether. Terry shot the animal twice more. It released the calf and slowly walked away, then turned and faced the family. It stood there, staring them down, still showing no signs of having been harmed. Terry shot again, and it walked back about 30 more feet but remained staring at the family. Terry called to his son to bring him his .30-06, a rifle which he used for elk hunting. Even with this greater firepower, however, when he shot at the creature, though it was claimed he heard the bullet hit the wolf from only about 40 feet away, it, again, had seemingly no effect. He fired again, this time it is claimed visibly removing flesh from the wolf. Still, it seemed indifferent. At this point, the wolf turned and paced away from the area. To say those present were shocked is an understatement. Terry felt it best to pursue this threat, however, and try to finish it. He and his son followed the beast, but it was moving quickly. They saw it disappear into the trees before they could reach it. However, they were able to follow its tracks. They followed them for about a mile, until the tracks disappeared. This made no sense. The ground on which the tracks disappeared was soft as the ground on which there were tracks. They could find no explanation as to why the tracks would have abruptly stopped, but abruptly stopped they had. As the sun set and their search for signs of the wolf yielded nothing, Terry decided it would be best to return home.
Okay, Heather, you're saying that the ads are too much again? I don't know why they keep doing that to me. How many have you seen?
Thing.
I have that. I don't know why it's doing it.
I haven't seen any ads pop up on here. It's their YouTube account that's creating the ads. Yeah, it's a premium thing for you.
Okay.
We can provide the premium for you guys so you don't have to see ads when we show you stuff, but unfortunately on your end, that's a premium thing.
Okay, it's on your guys' side then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, because I have them. I have it set so that you guys don't have to see them typically, but
no, you're good, dude. There was no ads on the show.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry, guys.
No, you're good.
Some are getting them, some aren't. They're saying 3 of them. Good Lord, that's crazy.
I tried saying it, but it messed with the audio of the dude that was talking, and I didn't want to mess that up. But
no, you're okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry, I had to run upstairs for a second.
No, I mentioned it though.
Okay.
Yeah,
And again, congrats, Renee, and thank you for that. Mr. Jesse, what's going on, buddy? Good to see you today. All right.
Home. Lacking the ability to answer the many questions they had, Terry felt it best to try to forget the incident. In the following weeks, there would be more sightings of not just this wolf or one like it, but other odd canines as well. Though these incidents weren't quite as intense, they were generally just sightings. Eventually, the Shermans would stop seeing these mystery canines for a while. However, this did not mean normalcy returned to their lives. Unfortunately, this incident was only the first of a series of incidents that would confuse, disturb, and threaten the family during the 2 years they owned the property. Soon, the wolves would be replaced by a great many other forms of strangeness. The family began to notice things going missing on the ranch, and not just trivial or small things. For example, Terry would leave an area for a few minutes and come back to find heavy, large ranch equipment missing, such as a 70-pound post digger. Some of the objects, like the post digger, were eventually found. The trouble was, finding them sometimes only added to the mystery. For example, the post digger was allegedly found 20 feet up in a tree. Sometime later, there was another major incident. Their first encounter with a phenomenon that would haunt them much more consistently. Strange lights, and the crafts to which they were occasionally said to have belonged. One evening, as night fell, Terry, his son, and his nephew noticed lights on his land in the distance. A white headlight and red taillights, probably an RV. Assuming they were trespassers, he was determined to drive them off. However, as the 3 began walking in the direction of the lights silently moved away from them. As they increased their pace and drew closer, the lights suddenly rose about 50 feet in the air. They could better see the outline of the vehicle now. It was an object shaped more like a refrigerator than an RV. The group froze, watching as the object flew off into the night sky, disappearing from sight. It was becoming clearer that the Shermans were not just the victims of random oddities that happened across their paths by coincidence, but that there was, perhaps, something unusual about the ranch itself. Indeed, as time passed, they would come to learn that not only was the Uinta Basin regarded as an area in which unusual happenings weren't so unusual, but that the land on which they lived itself may have had a close connection. I'm
sorry, Carol. I I guess I should put one of these up. I didn't think this would bother anyone, but my apologies. There is a trigger warning scrolling on the bottom of the screen. If some of the topics here are somewhat sensitive to some people, I imagine. I guess I didn't think of that, and I apologize deeply for that for anybody. If you do need to step out, I do understand. Nobody will think any differently of you. But I appreciate you joining us at all. Period. So thank you so much, and hope to see you back for anybody that is stepping out. Again, Carol, my apologies.
Connection to this strangeness. Some regarded part of it as cursed. Oftentimes, when a scary story is said to have precedence in Native American folklore, it doesn't, actually. However, in this case, there does seem to be at least some truth to the claim that the people indigenous to the area, the Utes, have historically regarded the area of Skinwalker Ridge, part of which lies on the north of the ranch, as dangerous, supernatural, even cursed, holding a kind of connection to what are called skinwalkers. Skinwalkers are dark figures from the folklore of various southwestern Amerindian groups. The full extent of skinwalker folklore is not well understood outside of these groups. It is often considered a private and uncomfortable subject. However, from the information that these groups have shared, it is known that skinwalkers are sinister figures capable of wielding powerful black magic. They attain these powers through the completion of a number of dark rituals, including the murder of a family member and the consumption of their flesh. In some instances, the skinwalker, in its natural state, resembles a foul, thin husk of a person, with eyes that burn a coal red in the darkness. They are said to possess great strength, speed, and endurance. They are closely connected to dark spirits and can cause illness and curse others. They are capable of entering and corrupting the minds of others, driving them mad, causing them to do terrible things. The most famous of their powers, though, is the ability to shapeshift, often transforming into an animal such as a bear, bird, or wolf. The strange history of the Uinta Basin does not end there. In 1911, an article in The Sun Advocate was published discussing strange noises resembling thunder heard throughout the basin that were reportedly causing settlers unease. Some residents reported hearing them day and night in summer and winter for years. The noise was attributed to layers of rock moving on the Uinta Fault. For years, beginning in the 1950s, residents of Uinta County began reporting what would add up to thousands of UFO sightings, incidents of cattle mutilations, and purported extraterrestrial encounters, alongside a wide variety of other abnormal phenomena, like Sasquatches and poltergeist activity. This was especially true in the 1970s, when the rate of UFO and ET incidents increased dramatically. Uinta County became one of the most significant hotspots of unexplained phenomena in the entire country, a position the area retains to this day. Frustrated as these occurrences, and others like them, continued, as the cold of winter set in, Terry would often patrol his land at night. He claimed he would often see strange lights moving around in the darkness, though generally they were only glimpses from a distance. One snowy, fiercely cold winter night, however, it is claimed he noticed a craft which was unlike any he had ever seen before. It was jet black, dead silent, and hovered about 30 feet off the ground. It began flashing a series of multicolored lights onto the ground below, almost like a disco ball, as if it were looking for something. Terry hid to avoid detection. When the object was about 100 yards away, he quietly stretched, which caused some of his joints to pop. Seeming to have somehow heard the noise, the object turned its lights off, turned towards him, and then slowly flew away in the opposite direction. Several weeks later, Gwen essentially saw the same thing following her car one evening. She rushed home, and as she pulled in, the object flew over her house and off into the distance. About an hour later, Gwen looked outside and saw a craft like that of the mistaken RV from before sitting on her property. Inside, she could see a 7-foot-tall figure wearing a black uniform and headgear, standing in what was described as a light-filled doorway. She got the impression the figure was staring at her, and so she closed the blinds. By the following morning, when she and her husband investigated, all that remained were unusually large footprints. One of the most common things the Shermans would see were described as large, glowing, orange objects. They each witnessed them, with Terry perhaps witnessing it dozens of times overall. He would watch them for hours at a time, sometimes with a night vision scope on his rifle. It was said they always appeared in the same place, over an area of cottonwood trees about a mile away, where one would hover silently. However, it would appear in different shapes, sometimes flat and elongated, other times as round as the moon. The angle from which the Shermans viewed it seemed to influence how its shape appeared, with the area around his homestead being the only area in which it was perfectly visible. It was claimed that motorists on a nearby roadway would have seen a faint, normal-looking orange cloud. One night, Terry allegedly noticed something that added to the strangeness. He noticed in the middle of the orange mass a blue spot. He realized it was the sky. Blue sky shining in the middle of the object when the sun had long set. When he began to see fast-moving, triangular objects exiting the orange object as well, he suspected it was some kind of portal. At first, despite how disturbing and confusing these incidents were, no clear harm actually came to the Sherman family themselves, apart from the stress, fear, and confusion these incidents caused. This was even true of their animals, with the possible exception of the wolf incident, but whether the wolf had any relation to these other anomalies, who could say? However, either way, according to the story, the phenomena, or whatever controlled them, would begin to take a dangerous interest in Terry's cattle. One day, following a fierce blizzard, Terry noticed one of his cows was missing. He went to search for it, eventually finding its tracks, following them until they abruptly stopped in the middle of an open area. Like the wolf, in this case, it was as if the cow had vanished. There were no predator tracks alongside them, and no explanation as to why the tracks would have stopped. His cow was never discovered. She was the first of 5 to disappear throughout that winter alone. The coming of spring in 1995 did not relieve them of their stresses, with much of the strangeness continuing to center on the cows. In April, they began to find their cows deceased in horrifying states. They would have much of their rears and bodies removed, as if surgically, as the missing parts seemed to have been removed with precision, and there was a distinct lack of blood. More cattle mutilations occurred in the following months. Terry began to notice many shared features surrounding them. Yellow lights would appear on his property, oftentimes in poor weather, and the following day he would find a cow, mutilated with, again, what seemed like surgical precision. It was also noted that the cow carcasses seemed to decay more slowly than they should have. On one occasion, Terry noticed a strange liquid brown chemical next to a cow carcass. He touched it, describing it as gel-like and cold. It evaporated, however, before he could find something with which to collect it. Each cow was worth thousands of dollars. This was becoming a serious threat to Terry's livelihood. Strange things were happening several times a month, but Skinwalker Ranch is famous not merely for the frequency of such events, but the variety as well. Strange sounds would be heard that seemed to come from underground. Holes, about a foot deep and several feet in diameter, would appear in areas where flying lights were seen the night before, meaning hundreds of pounds of soil apparently vanished from his property overnight. Mysterious circular impressions were made in the grass. Terry would hear voices speaking in an unfamiliar language from above him. Another major oddity observed on the ranch were what were described as flying glowing orbs. Multiple colors were noted: blue, yellow, orange, red. It was said that they quote-unquote usually signaled trouble, and that they seemed to observe him and investigate his activities. They were generally seen at a distance, however, a few close encounters were described. On one occasion in April of 1996, Terry's dogs attacked one of these blue orbs. When the dogs got close to the orb, it descended somewhat and flew around the dogs, just out of reach of their bites, as if it were taunting them. The orb then moved behind the tree line, and the dogs followed. Once the dogs and orbs were out of sight, Terry heard the dogs give out disturbing yelps, and then silence. The following morning, when he investigated the area, he found 3 large brown circles of burned grass and the remains of the dogs, which were described as a greasy mess in the center of each of them. During another encounter, Terry and his wife were able to observe the blue orbs much more closely.
What's that, buddy?
I just said, ooh.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely.
They were described as perfectly round, about 3 times the size of a baseball, with a clear, shell-like exterior, which was said to be not unlike glass. Inside, they observed what was described as a swirling, incandescent, intensely blue liquid substance that seemed on the verge of boiling. The object also made a faint crackling sound, like the sound of electricity. It was also noted to have interfered with the electricity in the house. Perhaps most interestingly, the objects seemed to produce a feeling of intense anxiety in them that seemed unnatural, even in the circumstances, as if it were an artificial emotion. It was following the loss of Terry's cherished dogs that, after well over a year of terror and strangeness, the Shermans came to agreement that it was time to leave. It was around this time that Sherman finally went public with what was happening. He spoke to Zach Van Eyck of the Deseret News, the second largest paper in Utah at the time. His story was printed on June 29, 1996. The information he gave the newspaper was limited, but it was enough information for the story to spread across the country. Though Terry was reluctant to potentially lose his privacy, he ultimately felt that drawing attention to his situation would deter whoever was responsible, or at least lead to answers. It would not stop the incidents. In fact, all it did at first was attract attention to the property, including that of a number of unwanted visitors hoping to investigate. He turned away most, with a few exceptions. A few of these visitors reportedly actually triggered a number of strange events on their own, namely those who were described as eccentric. It wasn't long before word of the property caught the eyes of those in high places. Within a few weeks of the first publication, the property would be purchased by an individual named Robert Bigelow, who took possession of it on September 5th of that year. The Shermans, unhappy but desperate to leave, sold the property for less than they had paid for it. Robert Bigelow was, and is, a billionaire real estate tycoon whose side interests included the supernatural. He had such an interest in the subject that he had founded an organization called the National Institute for Discovery Science, NIDS or NIDSci for short, the year prior, an organization dedicated to scientific research of paranormal topics. Skinwalker Ranch was precisely what they were looking for. The NIDS team that formed included a number of professionals and skeptics, including individuals with backgrounds in physics, astronomy, psychology, veterinary science, etc. Also associated with the project were noteworthy figures such as Edgar Mitchell, an astronaut who had walked on the moon, the parapsychologist Hal Puthoff, and the ufologist Jacques Vallée. Chosen to head the research team assembled for the ranch was Dr. Colm A. Kelleher, an Irish scientist with a PhD in biochemistry. As you will recall, Kelleher would later be the author of the famous book Hunt for the Skinwalker, which he co-wrote with George Knapp, a journalist known for his investigation of UFO topics, namely the story of Bob Lazar's involvement in Area 51. The Shermans moved to a ranch located about 20 miles away. However, Terry was unable to abandon his desire to figure out what had caused him and his family so much hardship and driven them away. With his family safe, he volunteered to work as the ranch manager. Nids agreed. The research team arrived in September of 1996 to begin their investigation. They would not be permanently stationed on the ranch, but spent a great deal of time there. On their very first day, the team encountered carcasses of mutilated cows, the 3 large circles of dried grass where Terry had lost his dogs, which was surrounded by tall, healthy green grass, and a number of holes in the ground that were attributed to flying lights. Soon after, the team witnessed something for themselves. One night, a bright light was seen hovering over the tree line. It was observed by 4 people, including Kelleher and Sherman. They said it hovered for about 10 minutes, moved downward out of sight, then came back up. Photographs
A
were
TV
taken,
series,
but it was
Michael.
claimed that they failed to display the true brightness of the light. None of the 4 present were able to recognize it as anything familiar. In the following months, they would observe a number of other oddities here and there that suggested that Sherman really was telling the truth. However, it was in March of 1997 that the period in which the strangest events that the team would witness started happening. On
I
March
agree.
10th, a calf was discovered dismembered, with its organs, blood, and much of its body removed. The calf had been seen alive when it was tagged just 45 minutes prior. The injuries were seemingly made with professional instrumentation. On March 12th at 11 p.m., when dogs owned by the team were heard howling and barking, Terry, Kelleher, and another researcher gathered in Terry's truck to investigate. Eventually, as they drove around the property, they were startled as they came upon what appeared to be a huge animal, estimated by Terry to weigh about 400 pounds, in a tree, with yellow eyes that reflected the car lights. Terry got out and shot at it. The eyes disappeared. They believed they had hit the creature and that it had fallen to the ground, but when he investigated, Terry could not find the creature. Terry then saw it or a separate creature again nearby and shot at it at what he said was point-blank range. However, again, he could find no carcass.
Thank you, Heather.
The group would investigate, spending around 2 hours.
Thank anybody
looking
that
for
has
signs of
donated
the
to this
creature
to support
or
this, too.
creatures, but little was discovered. However, they did find 2 oval-shaped tracks in the snow about 20 feet apart from each other. From it was determined that at least one of the animals appeared to have had 2 claws 6 inches in diameter. Kelleher compared it to that of a huge bird of prey. The tracks were never identified. The next major incident, easily one of the strangest.
It's like what you were talking about.
Terry and Gwen were driving by an enclosure.
Say that again, bud.
That's like what you were talking about. It seemed like a huge bird of prey.
I know, yeah. That I was just thinking that too. Funny that you said that. I don't know what it was, man. I still don't know what it is, and it still weirds me out. And my son has said he's seen something. It's always around dusk or in the dark, like moving in the trees. Like I said, we have 200-year-old pine trees that are standing in a row all the way down the right side of my property. So whatever it is, it gets up in these trees, and we can't see clearly what it is because we don't see it during the day. So
But you can feel it watching.
that's what Caden says. That's what my wife says. Like, it's
Yeah.
sitting there watching you, and it's like,
On the
ugh,
back of
don't
your
say me-
neck.
don't be saying stuff like that, you know. And my
Yeah.
cats, it's weird because
It's a gargoyle.
right, Ghost, I love it.
Ghostbusters.
My cats, it's weird because you'll watch my cats when they're outside. They're always looking around for things, but they will not go to that side of the property at all. They won't. There's weed. They'll go everywhere else, but they stay away from that side of the property for whatever reason.
Animals sense shit. Yeah,
Yeah.
they sense shit.
We've noticed that, and they get freaked out. They see things, they hear things, and it's like, okay, I get it. So, sorry, folks.
Enclosure containing 4 of the most prized bulls,
Yeah.
which were still held on the property. Gwen remarked that it would be terrible if something were to happen to them. 45 minutes later, they returned to the area to find that the bulls had vanished. Terry began searching the property. He managed to find them, though the circumstances in which he found them only added to his questions. The bulls were discovered huddled together in a small trailer, seemingly in some kind of hypnotic state. It seemed unlikely that 4 fully grown bulls would have, or even could have, entered the trailer and arranged themselves like this on their own. When Terry called out to his wife and banged on the metal door, the bull's trance was broken, and they began to panic, destroying the interior of the trailer. They knocked down a metal door and escaped. The NIDS team was not present when this occurred, but arrived not long after, finding evidence that they said suggested that the bulls had, in fact, been in the enclosure, with no clear explanation as to how exactly they had entered it. While investigating, the team noticed the metal bars that the enclosure in which the cows had been held were magnetized, especially the bars closest to the trailer. They took photographs and footage of the scene. The magnetization gradually diminished, being barely detectable after 48 hours. Though oddities continued to be observed and experienced throughout the months, the next major incident occurred in early June. One night, a bluish-white orb the size of a basketball was sighted about 75 yards away from Kelleher and one of his Canadian partners, bobbing slightly no more than 15 feet off the ground. Then, it abruptly disappeared. The researchers searched the area with a powerfully bright beam and night vision binoculars. Eventually, the Canadian researcher noticed something with the binoculars. He said a quote-unquote huge black thing in a tree was ahead of them, moving north. Kelleher tried to get a photograph of it, but he could neither see it nor photograph it. Then, the Canadian researcher suddenly yelled out, quote, "It's got me. It's saying, 'We are watching you,'" end quote. Kelleher still could not see it. The unnamed Canadian researcher claimed it was large and blotted out all the stars in the binoculars. When he snapped out of it, he
Thank you,
explained
Michael.
that it had taken control of his
You
mind
do, buddy.
and had given him that message. The final major incident
I'm
that
trying.
NIDS witnessed occurred on August 26th of 1997, around 2:30 a.m. On this night, 2 researchers, Jim and Mike, noticed a yellow light appear about 100 feet below a bluff overlooking the property from which the researchers were observing. It was an area in which one of them had been meditating, because there was a claim from past stories involving visitors to the property that meditation could trigger an event. They photographed it. As Mike watched the light with a pair of infrared binoculars, he realized that it appeared to be the light of a tunnel that was opening just above the ground. Then, he saw a faceless, black, humanoid creature, estimated to be about 6 feet tall and 400 pounds, emerge from it and move off into the darkness. However, Jim, who did not have binoculars, did not claim to be able to see this figure, nor did he identify the light as a tunnel. Rather, he only saw it as a much duller yellow light. The yellow light then slowly disappeared. The 2 researchers descended to investigate. They smelled a sulfurous odor. Their NARD alert machine picked up alpha, beta, gamma, and X-ray radiation that quickly faded. They found nothing else that night or the following day. The photographs they obtained were of poor quality. Another incident of interest is the one involving the cameras. In July of 1997, the team had set up cameras in an area of unusually high reported activity. About a year later, 3 would be mysteriously damaged all at once at 8:30 p.m. When investigated, the wires were found ripped out. However, neither these cameras nor the other cameras which faced these cameras picked up what damaged them, nor anything of much note throughout the entirety of their use, for that matter. The team would also do a great amount of investigation throughout the rest of the Uinta Basin, and even abroad. When interviewed, a number of individuals shared experiences that suggested that the Shermans were not alone. They too spoke of strange cattle mutilations, balls of light, and mysterious unidentifiable craft. Some of these individuals were Sherman's neighbors. In fact, regarding the cattle mutilation specifically, Terry even said of his neighbors that, quote, "If I'm crazy, then we both have the same problem," end quote. It is necessary to mention as well, however, 4 of the Sherman's neighbors themselves told the NIDS team they did not believe Sherman's stories. The NIDS investigation lasted for 6 years, from 1996 to 2002. The period of March to August of 1997 represented the period of the strangest and most frequent activity that NIDS reported. After the portal incident involving Jim and Mike, however, fewer and fewer oddities were noted on the ranch. They would continue to research the area for years, but after 1999 especially, there was very little of note happening. In 2002, the investigation ended. In 2004, NIDS disbanded. Bigelow explained on his website that there had been no need for investigative work for well over 2.5 years at that point, but stated that he would reactivate NIDS with new personnel if an opportunity arose. Interestingly, and very importantly, many of the results of this investigation are kept confidential by Bigelow to this day. In 2005, Hunt for the Skinwalker was published, leading to the next phase in the ranch's history. The book caught the attention of figures within the United States government, specifically a scientist working for the Defense Intelligence Agency, Dr. James A. Lakatsky. Lakatsky contacted Bigelow about visiting the ranch. While there, Lakatsky witnessed what he claimed to be a strange, yellow, spectral object, which Bigelow did not see. Lakatsky became convinced of the veracity of the story. Bigelow then contacted a friend of his, the late Nevada Senator Harry Reid, to tell him about a member of the DIA's interest in the ranch. Reid's interest was also piqued. Before long, NIDS was replaced by the much more secretive, government-funded Advanced Aerospace Weapons Systems Applications Program, or OSAP, which contracted the newly formed Bigelow Aerospace Advanced Space Studies, or BASS, to investigate a great number of UFO and other paranormal cases, including, and especially, that of Skinwalker Ranch. The BASS OSAP investigation was funded by the Defense Intelligence Agency, receiving $22 million and a staff of around 50 people. It lasted from 2008 to 2010, a period which was marked by a great number of other strange events and occurrences. The details of this investigation were largely kept secret for many years, but while a large portion still is, some information has come out in recent years. Although there is a huge amount of misinformation about OSAP because, essentially, there seems to have been attempts to conceal what the program was doing, and there were other, later initiatives, such as Luis Elizondo's ATIP work, the distinctions between which were not immediately clear. Anyway, in the 2021 book Skinwalkers at the Pentagon, Lakatsky, Kelleher, and Knapp outline this era. Like the preceding era, a great number of strange events are said to have taken place in this period, including what has been termed the Hitchhiker effect. This refers to the effect the ranch seems to have on those who visit it after they leave. According to the authors, a large number of individuals who visited the ranch during the OSAP era experienced or witnessed things similar to what was often reported on the ranch in other places after having left the ranch, like orbs, objects being misplaced in absurd ways, and wolf-like creatures. What's more, these sightings were said to have spread to these individuals' family members and peers who had not been on the ranch, in a way that Kelleher compared to a virus. However, at the end of this investigation, likewise, though much remains unknown, it appears no substantial evidence was produced of anything unknown to science. The Sherman family moved away. They have since often refused to publicly discuss what happened on the ranch. In 2016, Bigelow sold the property to Adamantium Real Estate, headed by Brandon Fugel, on the condition that research continue on the ranch. Sightings of the unexplained continued into this period and indeed continue to this very day. In 2020, an ongoing television show was launched focusing on the investigation of the ranch under Fugel called The Secret of Skinwalker Ranch, which aired on the History Channel. Like the NIDS team, Fugel and his team of researchers have been unable to obtain conclusive proof of any phenomena unknown to science existing on the property. However, Fugel is confident that there is something happening here that more than justifies continued investigation. However, behind the scenes of this sensational TV show, there does seem to be genuine investigation occurring, with Fugel and his team having respectable intentions overall, which I do respect. So, what can we make of all of this? Well, firstly, contrary to many claims one might encounter, it is blatantly not true that the incident stopped when the professionals showed up, like you would expect of standard nonsense. Rather, the professionals now have a number of their own stories to tell. However, it is true that the team failed to gather much that could be useful to science. At the end of all this investigation, those involved have produced a few low-quality photographs and videos, strange readings on their instruments, and things like a few plaster casts of round impressions in the soil. Moreover, much of this limited evidence has not been released to the public for inspection. Beyond this, they have added to the number of witnesses of these oddities. Likewise, Terry Sherman had only been able to produce some poor quality images and photographs as well. Other than this, their efforts to study and measure the phenomena empirically were constantly foiled. There is no hard evidence, as far as we know. Again, there is still quite a bit, evidently, under lock and key. Those involved in the NIDS investigation have often been criticized for ignoring the lack of hard evidence. I don't think they do. Kelleher and Knapp did comment on this in Hunt for the Skinwalker, and were fairly open about the frustration of trying to find hard evidence and seemed to understand the issue of not having it very well. However, there are other very major issues with the book. For example, many of the stories we have so far discussed, as I mentioned in the beginning, were brought to the public by Kelleher and Knapp through the book Hunt for the Skinwalker, but are said to have originated with Terry Sherman and his family. The problem is that, for starters, they did not actually interview the Shermans during the writing of the book. In fact, the Shermans were not even aware a book was being written about them until it was published. The authors, to my knowledge, have never commented on or explained this. I personally strongly suspect this was simply a genuine mistake. Likely, they thought they had everything they needed and didn't want to bug Terry Sherman, whom they assumed, probably correctly, would not be interested in collaborating on something like a book that would give him all this publicity that he did not want. Whatever their reason, though, the major problem is that, in the words of Terry Sherman himself, the stories in the book, some of which we've just looked at, aren't entirely accurate. He said they only resembled a true accounting of his experiences. This was brought to light in Chapter 8 of the book, The Utah UFO Display, by the late Frank B. Salisbury, the 2010 edition, mind you, not this one from 20 years before the incident. Salisbury did sit down with Sherman to interview him, and worked with Junior Hicks, a local UFO expert, and James Carrion to shed further light on this case. This word, resemble. What exactly does that mean? It's hard to say. The Shermans don't seem to have released an extensive correction, and they are the only people who could shed some light on the specific irregularities in the book for the most part. However, they seem uninterested in doing further interviews. Mr. Sherman did mention some things, such as that the version of the wolf story in the book was based on hearsay, but was apparently reluctant to explain further. That is actually a very serious issue. There's really no evidence, but there is witness testimony. But the testimony of the main witness was delivered by others and contains, in the witness's own words, inaccuracies. But the witness has not fully clarified his own account of what happened. Even if this were an honest mistake, and I think it was, it's a serious blow to the credibility of the whole book. It begs the question of how much else is wrong. For example, are the descriptions of what the rest of the NIDS team experienced factual accounts? Frank B. Salisbury also interviewed someone else of great interest, Garth Myers, brother of Kenneth Myers. Kenneth and his wife Edith Myers were, if you recall, the individuals who had owned Skinwalker Ranch for 60 years prior to the Shermans. The things the Shermans witnessed and experienced had been reported across the country, including and especially in the Uinta Basin, for decades before Skinwalker Ranch was ever famous. But if the anomalies have been active for that long on the ranch itself, as is often believed, as the ranch is in fact suspected to be some kind of epicenter of the area's strangeness that has lasted for decades, maybe centuries, why didn't the Myers experience anything? Well, they probably didn't, but it isn't actually completely clear that they didn't. The Myers simply never reported anything, and passed away before the ranch and their names became famous. But others have claimed some interesting things. Some have come forward over the years, claiming that the Myers experienced and witnessed some similar things. Mutilated cows, strange objects on their land, people who would knock on their doors and disappear, a worker who was allegedly abducted. A store clerk mentioned that Edith Myers had a few UFO stories to tell, etc. However, Garth Myers tells a different story and sets the record straight about what happened with the Myers and why they sold the ranch in Salisbury's book, which was written about a year before Garth's death and about 4 years before Salisbury's. Some of the seemingly untrue claims about the Myers experience don't come from Hunt for the Skinwalker, but that book seems to have made some errors about them as well. The common story is that the Myers bought the ranch in the 50s and mysteriously vacated it in 1987. 7 years later, they sold the abandoned ranch to the Shermans, who, upon entering the property, found it in disrepair.
Not true, Pixie. I
and
can show
found
you
the main
some.
building seemingly heavily fortified. Garth Myers contested this. The ranch, which was purchased in the 30s, not the 50s, he said, wasn't just abandoned. Kenneth died in 1987. Edith lived there for 5 more years on her own until she moved to a resting home in 1992. The ranch was vacant for 2 years, not 7. Even during those 2 years, the property was leased to other ranchers and occasionally visited. He also added that there were far fewer locks and fortifications on the house than is often claimed, saying that someone could have easily kicked the door down to get in if they wanted to. He also said that his sister-in-law did not live there with guard dogs, but rather had only one 3-legged dog for part of that period on her own. When Edith died in 1994, the ranch was left to Garth. Garth and his sisters decided to sell it. They sold it to the Shermans not long after. Most importantly, he told Salisbury that, quote, "There was nothing, unequivocally, absolutely nothing, that went on while she and my brother lived there," end quote. Salisbury asked if this may have been something that Kenneth and Edith just didn't share. Garth had a background in science, and Salisbury said he seemed to have a very skeptical attitude about such things, and so it was proposed that they may have never told him because they knew they wouldn't be believed. However, Garth adamantly rejected this possibility, saying they were very close and kept up with each other on a regular basis. Garth also worked on the ranch himself for a few summers as a teenager. Garth also claimed he told Robert Bigelow this same thing when Bigelow called him to ask why his family had never reported anything. Upon hearing Garth's account, Bigelow went so far as to call him a liar. This is actually very interesting because this is not the only incident in which Bigelow was said to fly off the handle when it was suggested to him that there could be nothing happening on the ranch, which has led some to suggest that his employees may have exaggerated or even made things up during the investigation in order to please their boss. But was Garth Myers a liar? Well, there's one person who generally supports Garth Myers' account to the best of his knowledge. Terry Sherman. Furthermore, while the neighbors of the property have their own stories to tell, not many recall anything happening to the Myers, although neighbor John Garcia claimed he did see a round, floating, reddish-orange, house-sized object on their land that the Myers did not know about. What about that strange clause requiring that the Shermans contact the Myers if they wanted permission to dig on the property? That could easily be explained as them wanting to retain mineral rights. It's actually a pretty common topic when dealing with land like this, and this is an area where that is a legitimate concern. It's probably something Fugel is concerned about too, given how controversial digging on the property is on the TV show. That being said, neighbor Charles Wynn claimed Kenneth Myers was a bit noticeably strange about digging in certain areas of the property while he was there, and said he claimed bad things would happen if one were to dig, never explaining why. Another problem that I would like to see addressed is that while the events in the book were said to have been taking place, Jacques Vallée, who was associated but not stationed on the ranch, was reporting at the same time that the team wasn't witnessing anything. Was he referring exclusively to hard evidence? Were Kelleher and his colleagues simply not sharing this information with him? Anyway, Salisbury's interviews deal a heavy blow to the most famous version of the Skinwalker Ranch account. Many of the details of the standard story
What's
that
wrong,
he tells
Pebbles?
are either questionable or even flat out not true. Again, I'm not blaming Hunt for the Skinwalker exclusively for that, but it does have to be said that the book did make some mistakes. And yet, this is not sufficient to close the case. When the dust clears, we're still left with a very strange case on our hands, as Salisbury himself, who was sympathetic to the possibility of the existence of such supernatural entities, admits. The popular account is inaccurate, but does resemble the original claims, as is verified by people like Zach Van Eyck, Junior Hicks, and Sherman himself. When we focus on what we do know of Sherman's own account, his own account alone is profound and leaves us a fascinating case to dissect. Sherman did see the strange lights and orbs, cattle did disappear, and others were found mutilated, which others observed. He and his family, in his words, did see the orange portals in the sky. Sherman and Junior Hicks actually, when he visited the ranch in 1996, saw the unfortunate state that the dogs had been left in after their purported encounter with the orb. The shed was in a destroyed state after purportedly holding 4 teleported bulls, though it was a shed, not a trailer. His neighbors, namely John Garcia and Charles Wynn, did see some similar things on their properties. Going with what we do know, how do we explain what happened here? The 3 main conventional explanations for this sort of thing are hoaxes, delusion, and misidentifications of normal objects and phenomena. Which of these, if any, fit this situation? This is kind of difficult. It has been suggested that the entire thing was a hoax, perhaps orchestrated to sell the property. It would be a bit extreme for Sherman to kill his own cattle or dogs to spin a story, but perhaps he invented most of the stories to quickly get off the property because he really was losing them to something more natural. Was this the invention of a desperate rancher? While hardly anyone involved in the investigation believed the Shermans to be dishonest, and there was nothing in their character or history that would suggest they were, unfortunately, even the word of the most honest person in the world would have to be taken with a healthy amount of skepticism in a case like this. There are a few glaring problems with the hoax explanation, however. Firstly, while the researchers didn't see everything that Terry saw, and exactly what he and they saw would have to be further verified, they did claim to see a number of things which seemed to validate at least some of what Terry Sherman was saying. The theory that the whole thing was a hoax, therefore, requires that one assert that either A, the Shermans were the greatest hoaxsters in history and fooling professionals behind their backs for years, or B, not only they, but the NIDS team, and probably others as well, were involved in the hoax. Were they? This would have meant Bigelow risking his reputation, and perhaps a few dozen people on the NIDS team risking their careers on a heist with relatively little gain. Now you can argue several people involved did end up gaining. You can point out that Kelleher and Knapp made money from the book, Bigelow made money selling the property, but don't forget, all this started with the Shermans, who lost money. Terry Sherman sold the property to Bigelow for less than he had paid for it. And that doesn't seem to have been out of desperation either. There were reportedly other buyers offering more, but Sherman said he did not want to put anyone at risk, so he went with the group trying to buy it to to investigate. Furthermore, the Shermans have never tried to profit off the story in any other way either, having returned to private life and seemingly trying to avoid the story. Could it have been a hoax orchestrated by a third party? Again, this was a little more than just a crop circle. They'd have been dealing with the greatest hoaxsters in history. Who would, and even could, orchestrate such a thing? Perhaps the American military. Terry was a practical man who, even during the strangest incidents, suspected the US military was behind all the activity in some kind of Scooby-Doo sort of way. It's almost certain that the government possesses advanced technologies that the public doesn't know about, and it is true that they have been willing to pull stunts on the public before. However, why this? To study the family's reaction and test secret technology? Perhaps, although they would have taken a huge risk given the amount of attention they've drawn to the area, especially given they continued for years even after making the news, to drive the Shermans from their properties so that they could acquire it. The government doesn't need theatrics to confiscate land. It's difficult to blow all of this off as a hoax. Could it all have been a delusion? No one appears to have been professionally assessed psychologically. However, this brings us back to the explanation being something that would have to apply to not just the Shermans, but the NIDS team, and many others as well, being delusional for years. They actually tested for many things in the environment that could have interfered with the mental states of anyone on it, but managed to find no evidence of anything. Furthermore, importantly, there were several things, like the cattle mutilations, that clearly did happen. Perhaps people were frightened by the things they were seeing, and their minds filled in the rest, leading them,
Check private chat,
especially
bro.
the Shermans, to mistake normal objects and occurrences. Maybe even we could throw a little bit of the hoax theory in there as well and assume a few people were playing along with the fear for their own profit. Maybe, but that leaves the question of what was responsible for the things which they did see. As far as that goes, going into the topic of...
Okay, I'm confused.
Oh yeah. What is it?
What's
Just
going
look
on,
at-
Bevels? I see something about an email address, but if anybody's having issues with emails I haven't responded to, I haven't been able to get in my email for 24 hours. CJ knew that last night. I was trying to deal with it last night. So if that's what it is that I didn't respond to an email, my apologies. I can't right now. I don't know what's going on when I can't get into it. Plus, I also have 12 to 1400 emails to go through. So I'm apologetic if it has something to do with that. I just, whatever is disappointing to you, I'd like to be able to fix it. That's why I'm asking, and I stopped the show for it. It's that important to me. With anybody in here, I just want to make sure there's nothing bothering anyone in here that has been created in this community. That's all.
No, just checked private chat. They'll email, you know.
Okay. I don't know, but okay.
You know what I mean? They'll email. Pebbles will email.
My email's not working. I can't get into it, so I have to fix
Discord.
it. So.
Discord.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead with this, guys. I don't want to
misidentifications, what known natural phenomena could explain these things? Well, I'll have to summarize a bit here because there's such a wide variety of things that were reported that would each have to be individually looked at, that it would really be enough to constitute its own video. In summary, this is really where the lack of clear information about what happened stunts and needlessly complicates the case. Looking at the more reliable accounts themselves, what we do know paints a picture that is difficult to simply explain away. For starters, cattle mutilations are a common phenomenon not unique to the ranch. They long predated and have been observed around the world. The common explanations are that cattle typically are attacked by predators or eat poisonous plants and decompose or are interfered with by their environment in a way that owners wouldn't expect. Many cattle mutilations appear bloodless, for example, because blood can quickly pool into the lower areas of the body and denature. Given that cattle tend to decompose relatively quickly, evidence that would point to natural causes of death quickly disappears. However, cattle mutilations remain a famous area of debate because owners do not always accept these explanations, sometimes because they've been around dead animals before and have never witnessed anything like the strangeness they observe in these incidents. This definitely seems to apply to the Skinwalker Ranch case, although a lot of what the veterinarians had to say about the cattle carcasses specifically doesn't seem to have been released. Ball lightning is a common explanation for many UFO sightings, and often gets brought up in the Skinwalker case to explain the orbs that were reported. However, ball lightning is rare, occurs almost exclusively during storms, and does not last very long. The things Sherman and others witnessed were long-lived, frequent, appeared at all times of the year, and seemingly behaved with purpose, as if there were a consciousness behind them. The orange portals are also difficult to explain. Could they be optical illusions of some kind? Some sort of strange weather anomaly that tends to form in the area in which Sherman saw them? If so, why aren't these things still so easily observed? As far as the creatures that were seen go, especially on the night with Kelleher and Sherman, there is a great variety of wildlife indigenous to Utah. Bears, raccoons, coyotes, wolves, mountain lions. While none cleanly fit the description of what was seen in the tree on the night in March of 1997, or in a few of the other incidents, and while these researchers doubtlessly familiarized themselves with the local fauna, these creatures also weren't often well observed.
Take care, Arian, and thank you for joining us today.
Were well observed, like the initial wolf incident, the original story has again been skewed. The noises coming from underground are very possibly geologic activity, as was reported about a century ago. The ships that were observed could very well have been misidentifications of normal craft, although the reported behavior and design differs remarkably from anything known. For many other incidents alleged to have taken place, like the portal incident, the holes in the ground, and the telepathy incident, it's difficult to explain these as misidentifications of normal things. Long story short, conventional explanations may explain some things, but they do struggle here, even with regard to the things that were observed by multiple people. We must therefore ask, could it, in fact, be the case that forces and/or entities unknown to science are responsible for what happened at Skinwalker Ranch after all? We cannot completely rule it out. Before we get into this, however, it should be remembered that, as I've mentioned on here before, the fact that a situation cannot be explained with conventional explanations does not mean that the most exciting, most unlikely explanations suddenly take precedence. Could there be a natural explanation for the cattle mutilations and strange lights, which, though unknown to science, is much more practical and less exciting than aliens or skinwalkers? Certainly. Kelleher considered tectonic strain theory, for example, although found it did not apply. Again, maybe this region has just the right features to produce some kind of very rare atmospheric or geological phenomena that we don't really see anywhere else for some unknown reason. However, if many of the witnesses are to be believed, there seems to have been a kind of consciousness orchestrating these events. What could this consciousness have been? This, too, is debated by those willing to speculate this far. This reads very much like a UFO extraterrestrial incident, but some people include the possibility that these could be advanced humans or extra-dimensional beings. From our perspective, I suppose it's a dime's worth of difference between the three. Furthermore, there also seems to be some cryptozoology in here. What were those strange canines? Were they connected to the purported aliens? Some people put forward the possibility that the Shermans were dealing with ghosts because of what seems like poltergeist activity.
Thank you, Chelly.
As a side note, though, people use the term poltergeist activity without necessarily implying ghosts are responsible. It just refers to objects being moved around in unusual supernatural ways. Other people point to the initial legends of the Skinwalker and the possible influence of black magic in the area. How could we possibly determine which of these to favor? Some people put forward the idea that they're each present, and that these things are interconnected somehow, and that the ranch simply represents a hotspot where these anomalies can enter our world. But while some see it as a strength to the argument that something unusual is happening here, the fact that a wide variety of things are reported in the same spot could also be considered a weakness. The more things people see, the more likely it becomes that people are seeing things. Ultimately, though, if these events are all true, and there was a consciousness behind them, be it skinwalkers, ET, interdimensional beings, or the US military, the big question to ask is, what were they doing? This kind of brings us to what I called the interstellar boogeyman paradox back in my video about Kelly Hopkinsville. This referred to the apparent contradiction between the high level of intelligence and complexity that one would expect aliens to have to be able to travel across interstellar space with relative ease, and the lack of intelligence they display once they're here by the seemingly mundane, pointless, and sometimes ridiculous things they do. It seems to apply here as well. However, as always, the fact that we don't understand a motive doesn't mean there isn't one, or that it's bad. But it is still worth questioning, what interest does an extraterrestrial or extra-dimensional civilization have in the Sherman's cows? Why are aliens so obsessed with cows? Speaking of cows, it is interesting that while animals were harmed,
Take care,
humans
Joanne,
were
and
not.
thank you for joining us today.
Was there a consciousness, whatever it was, that drew a distinction between the two? Did it simply avoid harming humans because of the alarm it would cause? Either way, it still couldn't be said to have been benevolent. It routinely harassed the Shermans and attacked their livelihood to the point of driving them off the property. There are also claims, some of which are connected to the ranch, that interaction with these types of phenomena seem to result in later health problems. Though the phenomena do not seem to have disappeared with the arrival of the researchers, which is a very important detail, the strangeness did scale back a bit when the researchers were present. Terry, and even Kelleher, wondered if the phenomenon became aware of their presence and was masterful at revealing itself to them without providing them evidence of its existence. As Salisbury mentioned, if there were an unknown consciousness behind these events, it would surely be masterful enough to have only revealed itself when it so desired. The lack of evidence would probably have to be explained in this way for this explanation to be true. Not having evidence is
No worries,
a big
Nikki.
problem, of course. No matter what a proponent of the supernatural phenomena hypothesis can argue, the skeptic can always point to the lack of hard evidence, and they have a very fair point. The lack of hard evidence is an even more impactful aspect when you remember that this place has been professionally investigated since 1996. 26 years later, investigation is still ongoing. For all this frequent, unbelievable activity, there is practically no evidence to reinforce the claims that there is something unknown to science active on the ranch. It is not for lack of trying, though. Terry, apparently, tried to collect samples of things and photograph and record phenomena, but he seems to have been consistently
awesome,
thwarted
Caddy.
in his efforts. He isn't a professional investigator, though, and
We're
in
happy
his
to have
words,
you here,
he
too.
tried. He can't be blamed too much. Although, I am curious, where are the photographs or footage of something like the portal, which he said he was able to see for hours at a time? Anyway, regardless, the main concern really is that the professional investigators couldn't obtain much better. Another problem: why did Terry take over a year to publicly report this? That is also suspicious. However, according to a poll I did on my community tab, most of my viewers wouldn't immediately run off and report a paranormal encounter to the world either. Regardless, there is evidence from his conversations with Junior Hicks, who also visited the property in 1994, for example, that this was occurring on the ranch as early as he claimed it was, well before he decided to sell the ranch. Finally, it's worth noting, there was a degree of secrecy to the NIDS and OSAP investigations. Robert Bigelow and the US government have a great degree of information that they have not released to the public. We certainly do not know everything that took place here. Could Bigelow and a few others be a part of a small group of people to know about some sort of reality-shattering information obtained from the ranch? Are they simply unwilling to release this information to a world which they feel is unready for it? I doubt it. Bigelow started NIDS with the intention of investigating these kinds of strange reports and bringing answers to the public. Perhaps he was forced to keep quiet about some things later on by the government, although I also doubt that. Bigelow is still publicly active in efforts like this, albeit with more focus these days on providing evidence for the existence of the afterlife. Whatever it is that we do and don't know, I think the fact that he sold the property to Fugel in 2016 is a tell that NIDS and these subsequent investigations in which he was involved didn't really produce much that he considered valuable. By the way, as far as I know, Bigelow never saw anything on the ranch himself. I know this presentation probably has come off to skeptics as tinfoil hat type stuff, and to what you might call believers as cynical closed-mindedness. This, I think, is because I try to argue for each explanation as strongly as the evidence warrants. My takes may not always be perfect, but I do give my best shot at giving each side a fair chance, because that's how I think it should be done. We must not be pseudoscientists clinging to exciting, fantastical explanations for what's occurring in these types of cases. Conversely, we must also not be pseudo-skeptics, clinging to preconceived ideas about how the universe works, when the frontiers of science make it blatantly clear, after all, that we don't actually understand all that much about the universe. The bottom line regarding this case is that there is no hard evidence of anything existing or having existed on the property that would challenge modern scientific understanding of the universe. But it is noteworthy that it also is difficult to dismiss the case with conventional explanations. Perhaps there really isn't much to this story. Perhaps there was once something of extreme significance, but it has moved on from this now heavily scrutinized area. Or perhaps one day, our understanding of the universe will change on Skinwalker Ranch. I hope you enjoyed this video. If so, I invite you to come check out the rest of Fire of Learning, especially...
All right, everybody, there we go. Miss Allison, thank you so very much for that. $13.99 super sticker. It doesn't show anything. That's cool. Okay.
What was that program called? The What of Learning? That's pretty interesting.
Fire
stuff.
of Learning. I've watched a lot of the stuff on here. So, anyway, for those of you that just came in, I'm so sorry. I had to change some things up with the days of the week. Typically, Thursdays would be Throwback Thursday, and I was going to use it to follow up with the Sarah Boone thing to finish that up. Due to the fact that we have the hearing tomorrow, I'm not able to do that. And tomorrow typically would be like Sci-Fi Friday or whatever we call it, Supernatural Friday, Paranormal Friday, whatever you're going to call it. I'll get that put in stone. But so I had to flip-flop some things, and we did the Skinwalker Ranch, and there's more to it. There's still more coming, folks.
That's good stuff.
Yes. And so today's Friday, tomorrow's Thursday, basically. And it's not even going to count because we have the hearing. So we had to flip-flop everything around. So there's more coming, though, guys. Don't go anywhere. I'm not done yet just because that video is done. We have some other stuff to go with it. But tomorrow is a big day. It's the Idaho 4 hearing. There's a lot I'm expecting to see. But again, thank you, Allison, very, very much for that.
Disco, baby.
Thank you very much. I don't know what that kind of music is. I don't think it's.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, I like it.
It makes you want to party.
A little bit. I think that's the point behind
Just
it.
a little
Yeah,
bit.
for sure. I got that other one too, but I can't think of what is that other one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't care for that one. I like this one better.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, man. You need to get that baby on a loop.
Mm-hmm.
Play that 3 times.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Don't everybody give and dance at the same time. Thank you, Miss Heather. Once again, everybody, this channel is 100% crowd-funded. That is what keeps me coming out to you guys 5-6 days a week, every single day. That's why I put up the Venmo, PayPal, and the Cash App links. That pays the bills, the internet, the crappy
The programs. yeah.
StreamYard, the programming, all the stuff that we do. So for those of you that have donated to support the channel in that sense, I do appreciate you so very much. And for those of you that will continue to do that, you are appreciated so very much as well as the people
I love it. You guys are so great.
that come in here just to support me just by being here, because that is what it's all about, folks. And I love you guys to death for that. And again, I'd like to thank all the people that sent me things off of the Amazon wish list. William Tardy, you're just one of them awesome people. I appreciate that stuff. Guys, you are keeping me going 100% by sending these things to me. You guys are absolutely the beautiful people. So thank you very much for that. Moving forward, we have a little bit more here to go.
The beautiful people. The beautiful people.
We got something based off of the the New York Post put this out, guys. Yes, William, you do so very much. I cannot wait to get this whole new setup set up. I got to get that desk going so I can fit it in there first of all and get moved to the back.
I love
And
the
you
music.
guys will get a better show. I can promise that, because I'll have better stuff.
It's creepy. I love it.
Thank you, Heather. That is appreciated so very much. Here, I'll put this in here again.
Right on,
For
Liz.
anybody that oh, whoa. Where we at with that?
Thank you again, Dago and community, for a variety.
Yeah, guys, I don't like to stick to, if you haven't noticed, the same old. We did that for a long time with the Idaho 4 case, folks. And it's important. It is important that we cover that case. Okay. It's also important that we cover all these other cases we're looking at. There's more coming, folks. So many more coming. And Fridays, guys, I think you guys deserve to have a wind down day. Okay. I think you guys deserve to do something different than what we're doing all week long. As I always say, CJ does have one too, Deborah. I always say that we need to take a break from this stuff. It's very disheartening. It's very sad. It's depressing. All the crime and stuff like that. So Fridays, since it's so close to the weekend, I wanted to give you guys a chance to unwind from all that, look at something else, do something different. Going into your weekend, it's not such a bad thing. You know what I mean? And variety is very important. And thank you so very much for that, Lynn69. And again, Lynn, I hope you're doing better. I was so worried about you. I know you had a hospital stay recently, and I hope that you're back and you're feeling better and you're just up on your feet, living how you were. You were in my thoughts and prayers. I will tell you that much. All right. Thank you for that super chat. Super sticker with the little piggy. Love it. Yep. All right. So let's move on.
Love it. Good shit.
Yes, I saw that one too. Rachel Morin case. That's another one. They just found her. So very sad again. And we will be joining in on that stuff here too. And we got some other stuff that is out there. We have to go back. Just to give you guys a heads up, this coming week, I think on Thursday, which is supposed to be Throwback Thursday, we are looking into the Dior Kunz case. We're going to go back to that, guys. It's been a long time, a very long time. And there's been a couple things that have popped up recently with that. So we're going to go back and check out that one again, warm it back up because it has gone cold. We got to look into the Dior Kunz case again, guys. It's a very sad, disheartening case once again. So that's what we're going to be digging into next Thursday. For those of you that were ever interested in that case, or if not known about it, I will be teaching you about it for sure. Thank you, Heather, for that. All right. Now, this was put out by the New York Post. This is in regards to the Skinwalker scenario. So here we go. And thank you guys for being here with us today. Once again, I appreciate you so very much. I'm glad that you guys are interested in this. And I'm glad you guys are, for those of you that are enjoying it. Anyone that's upset or disappointed throughout this, and my apologies, guys. I did not mean to upset anyone. if I did. So please accept my apology.
Thank you, Mandy. Oh, wow.
Thank you, Heather, for that. Awesome, Harsh. Shelley, thank you for that as well. Well, that's awesome. Good stuff, Mandy. Thank
Yeah, I
you, dear.
appreciate that.
Oh, well, thank you so very much.
So pavement.
thanks,
So
Jules.
pavement. I love it.
That is awesome, Jules. I love it. I do love it. Coming
Yeah,
from you,
man.
that means the world to me, Jules. Thank you. And Phantom, thank you for that as well.
Yeah.
And of course, Miss Kim, you are awesome. So pavement. She even changed her name to that, bro. I love it.
I know. I love it. He's like, don't
Thank
be
you.
mad. I was like, not at all. Not at all.
There
It's
she
beautiful.
is. There she is, Miss Lisa from Blue Flame Integration. Thank you for being here.
What's up?
Good to see you, ma'am. I was wondering where you were earlier. I was hoping you'd come in today for this. All right, let's move into this one, guys. Please let me know if you can hear it okay.
Conclusion to our investigations into Skinwalker Ranch. If you haven't yet, please watch our previous episodes to catch up. A link to those episodes is in the description below.
Yes, Child Baby, I did. And I do check out Omar. This was put out via the New York Post, folks.
Ooh. Oh, dude. That would have been great for you to say it in that creepy voice right there.
I absolutely love that quote. For you, those of you, Stephen King I'm a huge,
That was awesome.
huge Stephen King fan, by the way. But
Right off
that
the
quote
bat.
right there, monsters are real
Yeah.
and ghosts are real too. Love it. They live inside us. How about that one, folks?
That's true.
Monsters are real and ghosts are real too. They just live
That is
inside of
true.
us.
Yes.
Stephen King is awesome.
Yes, he is.
Aw, thank you, Shelly. You are so awesome. All day long, she's been saying these things. That makes me feel amazing.
Aw.
Jules said
Wow.
makes me feel amazing. Yeah, like you guys. You guys are awesome. Thank you.
There's a part of this story
That's a fact.
that I haven't told yet because I couldn't figure out how to tell it. But as I set up my tent on Skinwalker Ranch, I thought about something I'd seen and heard earlier that day.
I would love to do that.
Something that changed my perception.
What'd you say, buddy?
I would love to do what he's doing at Skinwalker Ranch.
I would
James
too.
Street.
I would
James
definitely do it.
I'm
If we can
game.
grab enough, if it was legal to do,
Let's do it.
and we could get a group together, I would be first
Hell
in
yeah.
line.
Oh,
Let's go.
yeah.
I guarantee
I'm
you,
there.
Heather'd probably go too.
Yeah. I'll set the damn tent up. Who cares? Let's do it.
Right.
Let's
Blue
go.
Flame Integration. I will be looking forward to seeing you, Miss Lisa. And I hope you don't work too hard, dear. Have a great rest of your day, hon. Thank you for jumping in here with us. Yeah, dude, that would be insanely fun. I think.
For sure. I'd do it on my own too. Screw it. I would do it.
Absolutely. Guys, Halloween is coming. October, the whole month of October, I have some planned. I want to do some things. I really do want to do some things for October. So I hope you guys are ready one way or another. I was planning on doing this stuff last year and I never got the chance to do it. It's happening this year. So we're going to be doing some shows in here and stuff. And we got CJ here with us. If we can link up and do certain things that way too, I think it would be a blast. Seriously.
Oh, we will. We will. We need to get together for them audio animations, man.
Yeah, storytelling stuff, folks. I think it would be great.
Yep.
Yes, Chains, you are not lying, dear. It definitely will. Definitely will. My favorite time of year. Love the fall, and I love the holiday.
Yep.
Jojo says, I'll bring the coffee from the UK. I am down for that one. Please do. Please do.
Keeps me up longer. Let's do it.
Jules is saying, what did you say? Any updates on the serial killer leaving men in the river? Oh, I haven't seen anything about that either. Gotcha. He wasn't even talking to me, but all right. Let's do this, guys. Moving forward.
Great music.
Of the
in
land
background.
I was walking on. This right here is the end of
Thanks, buddy.
Skinwalker Ranch.
Mhm. For real.
The perimeter, right?
Correct. This is owned by the Ute Ore tribe.
So right here is Native American land. Look, there's a bone right there. This is fascinating to me because I knew the local tribes were near proximity to Skinwalker. You are literally touching. I've seen the black and white photos of what look like skins.
They're bladders, animal bladders. When I acquired the property in 2016, they were hanging on the fence line, and I asked them, what are these? What is this about? This is kind of gross. And he said that the neighboring tribe had placed these on the fence line in order to keep the
There's a trigger warning, folks. Scrolling on the bottom of the screen here, just in case somebody might think this is sensitive. It might bother you. Feel free to step out. Nobody will think any differently of you.
When the Mormon pioneers entered Utah in the 1800s, they encountered the Ute Native Americans.
Thank you, Mikey, so very
indigenous
much.
tribes that had lived there for centuries. As the Mormons began building towns and cities, brutal and bloody wars were fought to control the land. For decades, the Utes battled to defend the home of their ancestors. The consequences were devastating. A microcosm of a national genocide, the Ute population suffered and dwindled from disease and war. Defeated and often at gunpoint, they were placed inside America's second largest Indian reservation, the Uinta and Ore.
As I went down in the river to pray, studying about that good old way, and who should wear the robe and crown? Good Lord, show me the way. Oh, sinners, let's go down, come on down. Oh, sinners, let's go down in the river to pray.
As the sun went down over Skinwalker Ranch,
That guy's pretty good.
people and their ghosts that some say haunt this land. I am setting up my tent in front of Homestead 2 here on Skinwalker Ranch, which, according to the scientists and people who work here, is one of the most, as you would say, haunted places on the ranch. A lot of activity has been recorded happening here, so naturally I'm going to spend the night here. For my night on the ranch, I set up a motion detecting night vision trail camera to monitor my campsite the entire night. Also, I had a military-grade night vision monocular lent to me by the Skinwalker investigators. And I had my video camera with consumer-grade night vision. After my cameraman left, I was alone on the ranch for the rest of the night. Another piece of equipment I was told to bring is a lightning strike detector. Electrical interference, this thing will glow and beep an alarm. Once set up, the first thing...
I'm playing this because I wanted you guys to see a first-hand encounter of a real person on this property, acknowledging and recording anything that may go on. That's why we're watching this, guys, because I want you guys to be able to see that situation. For those of you that aren't familiar with this show and this story or anything else about this, that's why we're doing this, just to give you guys a heads up.
I'm sorry.
Again, there is a trigger warning running at the bottom for anybody that may get triggered from any of this, and feel free to step out at any time. Nobody will think any less or judge you because of that. This is just not for everybody. I understand. Thank you, guys.
Thing I did was, obviously... Right now I'm heading to the field where the dino beaver apparently appeared. I went to look for a dino beaver. a half-dinosaur, half-beaver monster that previous Skinwalker investigators claimed came out of the field just south of Homestead 2. So south of Homestead 2? Right here. But the Dino Beaver field was empty. I saw 0 Dino Beavers. Maybe Dino Beavers only come out after midnight. I crossed a small stream and headed up to the abandoned carriage house. This is where Fugle and his team captured video of 2 glowing objects in the middle of the day. They had previously shown me this video, so I figured I'd check it out. Right up here is where they saw that thing on the video. Right up in here, in this area here. So I don't see anything that would explain those 2 objects that were in here. Now, there's this chair and a human body-sized freezer for some reason, and claw marks. Those aren't claw marks. And I bet it's locked. Oh, shit, it's not. Oh, okay. Just electrical stuff. Okay, whew, I'm really glad. I don't know what I expected, to be honest with you. Walking back to the main road, I heard a noise. Okay, I legitimately heard something up down that way, down this road. I'll get my big flashlight out. I was crossing the road here. I heard like a thump, a little tap in that direction. And I couldn't help but notice multiple glowing objects right in front of my camera that were similar to other objects previously seen on the ranch. Now, I'd hate to bug you, but I'm looking for someone to help me analyze this footage. Preferably someone really good at science and mathematics.
Those were just bad. I know you heard that, right? That was just bad.
Yeah.
I'm trying to make jokes, dude. Come on now. Come on. I need someone to help me analyze this situation. I'm really bad at. Yes, he did say it, Jules. Mathematics. Yeah, right. Moving forward. That was good.
Oh, wow. Oh, look at that. That's so cool.
Skinwalker Ranch was not the first time Brandon Fugle invested his money into paranormal/religious investigations. In 2004, he founded the Ancient Historical Research Foundation, or AHRF, a group of Mormons who went on Indiana Jones-type quests in North and South America, looking for physical evidence of the religious stories in the Bible and Joseph Smith's Book of Mormon. The Book of Mormon claims Native Americans are actually ancient Israelites who sailed to America and that God cursed them with darker skin for their wickedness. In educational images used by the Mormon Church, the faithful followers of Christ are shown with lighter skin, and the wicked, evil dissenters are shown with darker skin. The AHRF sought out physical evidence of these ancient Book of Mormon civilizations. In presentations at Mormon-owned Brigham Young University, the foundation presented a hunt for religious stones, ancient treasure, and the skeletal remains of biblical giant mummies. Giant mummies. A list of their projects showed they were not only seeking evidence to prove the Book of Mormon,
Did you see that?
but were also looking for evidence of Bigfoot and UFOs.
All sorts of
Fugle
shit.
says he left the AHRF in 2005, just 1 year after founding it. But the organization's website listed him as director as recently as 2020. Fugle says this error is due to the AHRF website not being updated because the person in charge of updating the website had been sick and eventually died. Fugle's biography on a 2017 SEC document lists him as a current board member of AHRF that year. and his own biography on the website of his current
That's
company,
odd.
Colliers International, listed him as being involved with AHRF as recently as 2022. Regarding this factual contradiction, Fugel says, I contributed nothing to AHRF after 2005.
What? Why is that's odd?
What'd you say there, bud?
That's odd. Just because somebody's sick and passed away, they don't know who their board of directors is, and
Yeah, it's a little strange,
all
don't
of
you think?
that. Yeah,
Yeah,
just a little.
yeah. This Fugel thing is that's yeah. It's very odd. I do agree. Yeah, Blue Flame. There were giants found in Ohio and Pennsylvania too. That's a fact. Did you guys see the size of the skull they were digging up, folks? That was a human skull, humanoid-looking skull. It was huge, huge. I'm hoping the rest of the bodies were that size too, because otherwise they'd have some balance issues, you know. Okay. Yeah, that is odd. Jules is right. That's what CJ was saying. Normally, when
Right.
someone in power dies, there is a placeholder in waiting. Correct. Why wouldn't there be in that sense? It's weird.
Well,
Kelly
then you
says
mix that with what Blue Flames said.
the Giants in Ohio and PA, or the comment before?
Know about the stuff underground.
Oh yeah. That's been talked about for quite a while at this point. So
Yeah. You put that together, it's like,
what's
huh?
going on? That's why we're watching this.
Scooby?
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Scooby.
Jinky Scoob. Some found were 27 feet tall. Holy shit.
Wow. What? Yeah,
That's-
right?
That's a big dude. Like, I wonder if the NBA was trying to hook up with him.
Yeah.
Thank you guys again for joining us today. Middle Earth is another man. Oh, yes, Jules.
Right, Jules?
Yes, for real. Always. When I was a kid, I had a series of books, guys. I told you, some of you guys, I think we were talking about it once. They were just little books about this big, but it was a whole library of them. They had all these different stories in them. One of the stories was Journey to the Center of the Earth. When I read that story, I think I was 10 or 11 years old. I read that story. I was like, wow. Like, I wonder if it's like that. I mean, obviously, I know it's not, but it was a fictional story, all that. But you still think, like, what is going on? What goes on? What is in the Middle Earth? It's crazy to think about, you know? I would love to know. And it states that like temperature and things like that is just so opposite of what it's supposed to be in that area. So who knows? The journey to the center of the earth, James, is real. I truly believe that was a fictional story written, hon. I could not imagine seeing a giant mosquito or like really, really big creatures down there if we got down in there. I can't imagine that yet.
I can't imagine the pressure, the atmosphere.
That's why I don't think I don't think humans could ever be there.
Oh.
Canadian true crime buff. Dago, my friend, hope you're home Sunday. Alien delivery coming. Oh, hey. Thank you so very much, my dear. I appreciate that. And thank you for that super chat. You rock and roll as always. Thank you. The entrances to Middle Earth are in the Arctic areas. There you go. Yeah, I've been wanting to look into that. That's something we have to look into. And Chains, if you have info on that stuff, that could be a show, a Friday show. If you have info on that stuff, get with me and talk about it because I want to know. I want to know. Inquiring minds want to know. And thank you again, Canadian True Crime Buff. You are amazing.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's move this ahead, everybody. Thank you once again for joining us today for this. No, we appreciate you, Canadian, and that's a fact, hun. As I do all of you, beautiful people.
After the sun set, clouds blocked out the moon and stars, and the ranch was pitch black. I broke out the night vision monocular and was amazed at what I saw. I could see right through the clouds, and I saw every star in the sky. And it's at this point that I saw multiple unidentified objects.
Wow.
Yep, there goes another one. It's crazy. This has been going on, though, for now maybe 4 minutes. I've seen at least 6 objects. You know what a satellite looks like up in the sky when it goes by? Like, imagine that a little brighter and just like tons of them in a row.
Thank you, Blue Flame. I appreciate
Since
that.
the monocular was not a camera, I tried my best to hold my camera up to it, but I couldn't see what it was seeing. Luckily, I did capture one of the objects. I saw 8 to 10 of these, one at a time, flying in the same place over the course of 4 to 5 minutes. I later went to inthesky.org, put in the exact location and time of my sighting, and was able to determine that what I was seeing was simply a line of Starlink satellites. So, a simple explanation. But I can see how someone at Skinwalker Ranch, maybe alone, at night, could look up and think they were seeing something strange.
Eric, was that you?
Around this time, I got a call on the radio from Eric Bard and Thomas Winterton. They said a surveillance camera on top of the Rocky Mesa was capturing the audio of someone or something screaming.
So, Steven, the camera that was picking up the voices is actually up on top of the mesa, facing the west hill.
Right now, they just said someone out here was screaming Eric's name, Eric, at a camera. And he heard his name, Eric?
Yeah, he heard it 3 times, and it did sound like it was yelling. So if it wasn't you, then it was somebody else.
That's a negative on me. I was not yelling at all, and I didn't say his name.
Copy that.
That's weird. I've been out here. I haven't heard any yelling.
That someone was on top of the mesa, screaming Eric's name over and over, was a bit disturbing. So I took advantage of this creepy moment to go inside
You
the
think?
most haunted place on the ranch, Homestead 2.
Check that
In
out.
2018, Brandon Fugel says a staffer on the Senate Armed Services Committee called him and asked if he'd come to Washington, D.C. to brief committee members on Skinwalker Ranch.
Who called you?
Other side of the hole.
Someone from Senator McCain's office. Did they call on behalf of Senator McCain? I'm calling on behalf of the senator who is interested. Is that accurate? You're nodding, yes. Okay.
At the time, Senator McCain was the head of the Senate Armed Services Committee, and the staffer that called Fugel
Well,
was
then.
Thomas Kurt McConnell, who worked and works on the committee staff. McConnell did not return multiple requests from me for comment. The Senate committee, however, did, but we'll get to that in a moment. Fugel says he prepared this PowerPoint presentation on Skinwalker Ranch and then flew to D.C. for the briefing.
We go through metal detectors. We're led into it. We're meeting in a certain building in Washington, D.C., and we go into this huge briefing room.
He shows me photos taken during the briefing. He wouldn't allow me to capture these photos on camera. In the photos, I saw men in suits that I didn't recognize, but some other faces were familiar. Hal Putoff, who was involved with Skinwalker Ranch since 1996 when Robert Bigelow first bought the ranch, and who later played a pivotal role in selling the ranch to Fugel, was there. And also,
I think that's Brendan McKernan.
Oh, yeah. He is one of them.
That's Brendan McKernan.
Brennan McKernan is a naval intelligence officer who many people don't know about because publicly he's mostly kept a low profile. A rare photo of him is seen here in a naval public affairs publication. According to a former Pentagon official, McKernan has been involved with hunting UFOs since at least 2015. Former Pentagon official Lou Elizondo filed a complaint with the Department of Defense Inspector General's office after the Pentagon denied he was the director of an official Pentagon UFO program. In the complaint, which we previously reported on, Elizondo claims he ran this UFO program until 2017, and that McKernan was part of his team. McKernan would go on to become the director of the Pentagon's official UFO task force, which was created in August 2020.
Here's the interesting thing. As we commence the presentation,
That's quite interesting.
By a gentleman at the head of the table, and he said, wait, before we proceed any further, I want to establish an understanding. All the gentlemen here, Mr. Fugel, that you're presenting to, are all very well aware of the reality of UFO phenomena. So please dispense with any part of your presentation that would seek to convince us of the reality, because we already know.
Who said that?
One of the individuals
Okay.
leading the discussion.
A source familiar with this briefing told me that this was Sean Kirkpatrick. Kirkpatrick is the director of the Pentagon's current UFO office called the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or ARROW.
Wow.
This is Steve Greensheet with the New York Post. I'm following up on an email.
I reached out to the Senate Armed Services Committee to confirm and ask about this 2018 meeting with Fugel, and I immediately got the runaround.
So I sent an email already 4 days ago now, I guess. And I just haven't heard anything.
For weeks, I called, emailed, called some more.
Last time I called, you guys said he was calling me, when he had a moment. And that was, a couple days ago.
I got the feeling that someone didn't want to talk about this, and they were hoping I'd simply go away. But I didn't.
I was curious if you could give me a timeline on when I might get a response. Oh my God. I have spent weeks that have turned into months just to get answers to basic questions. Did this happen? Who was there? Why did it happen?
Finally, after 2 months, I finally got a response. A committee spokesperson states, in 2018, Mr. Fugel updated a handful of Senate staffers on plans for his properties. No senators were involved, and no subsequent briefings were held.
This makes no sense. First of all, I saw photos of this briefing. So they're saying it was just a handful of Senate staffers. No, Department of Defense officials were there. Also, they say staffers on the Senate Armed Services Committee fly a Utah real estate mogul to DC to brief them on plans for his real estate properties. That makes zero sense. Fugel says this briefing was all about Skinwalker. The sole purpose was about Skinwalker Ranch.
I emailed the spokesperson these follow-up questions, to no response. I called and emailed some more, again, to no response.
If this was about a scandal, whether it be a sexual scandal or some kind of embezzlement or fraud or just something massive, I could understand the runaround and avoiding me and stuff like that. But it's about a spooky haunted ranch.
Behind the scenes, a former government official told me that in the government there are many fans of UFOs in Skinwalker Ranch. Fans who unofficially and out of personal interest seek out the paranormal, often during the workday on the taxpayer's dime. I reached out multiple times to the Department of Defense for comment on all of this. They did not respond. I entered Homestead 2, and within minutes heard several noises.
What was that?
I heard a thump over here. So this is creepy. Did you hear that? Right here. So over there, I heard a thump. And I just heard it again. I swear to God, I keep hearing it. What?
It's on video too.
So I've heard like 4 low thumps and 1 high thump.
Yeah, right.
Everything moves
Seriously.
in this building because it's like falling apart. Did you hear that? I hope the camera captured that. That was a loud one.
I attributed the thumps to maybe the dilapidated structure moving as I walked around. Or maybe an animal. Walking outside of the building, something flew right past me.
Whoa. Holy crap, what was that? It was just a blur. No sound. Flew right up into here.
I thought maybe it was a bat, but I couldn't tell. Entering the next building, I found a bat.
Jesus Christ, that's a bat. So it was a bat I saw.
That's just a little
Before
one.
moving on, I noticed a crawl space under the homestead.
I'm not getting in there, dude. And it's not because of spooky stuff. It's because of rattlesnakes.
I turned on my night vision
Yeah, I don't blame
to
him.
peek inside. Sorry. That was fake.
That wasn't
I just
cool.
felt like you deserved at least
Right?
a good scare.
That was not cool.
In a 2012 National Geographic video, this future Skinwalker Ranch investigator listed his scientific qualifications to include alien invasions.
I'm a subject matter expert in space defense, asymmetric warfare, rocket science.
Joe, I don't. Hi, first of all, and welcome. I know there are other dimensions, but we are quite capable of destroying each other in this dimension. Stop, please, peeps. We need each other to make sense of it all. What? I don't know what that means, Joe. We're just. These are people's. People interpret this how they choose to, hun. So you know, everybody has their own opinion, theory, thought on what this stuff is. If you don't agree with it or believe, that's absolutely respectable. I get that. Some people do. Okay. So, and there's nothing wrong with people that believe this or think that it's real or that feel things about this, even if you don't. And I respect that you don't, as you should respect other people that may. And we're just looking at it to see what we can perceive from this at this point. So nobody's saying anything that it is. We're just watching it as of now. So that's all, dear. But thank you for being here. I appreciate you.
And alien invasions.
This is Travis Taylor. He doesn't like me very much, and he was not present when I visited Skinwalker Ranch. But he's arguably the star of The Secret of Skinwalker Ranch on the History Channel. So let's get to know him.
There's something glowing in the sky. Let's go talk to it.
Taylor has multiple science degrees from multiple universities. His 2 PhDs are in optical science and aerospace engineering. Throughout his career, he's worked on various programs for the Department of Defense, including the U.S. Army's Space and Missile Defense Command. He's also an avid storyteller, the author of 19 science fiction books with titles like One Day on Mars, Human by Choice, and Bringers of Hell. And for the last 13 years, he's appeared on multiple TV shows. He starred in Rocket City Rednecks, a reality show where self-described rednecks do various science experiments.
Absolutely, Chalk,
In one
baby. Thank
episode,
you.
They build a rocket powered by moonshine.
Awesome. That's awesome.
More recently, Taylor is known for his appearance in almost 40 episodes of Ancient Aliens, a show which promotes the pseudoscientific idea that humans were created by aliens, or descended from aliens, or something like that. Taylor says he's been an expert on the Ancient Aliens theory since he was 10 years old. A small sample of Taylor's other paranormal claims include a personal encounter with a Native American ghost,
a native walked into my bedroom, a really old.
Why does the background music in this sound like it's coming from like the Greatest American Hero from the '80s TV show? If you listen to this, you know what I mean?
Suspense. Yeah.
It's not even. It's like boom, ching, ah, and it's playing
Rambo.
background music. Yes, this is hilarious. That's right, Shelly. All about an open mind. Amen to that one, sweetie. Thank you for that.
Native,
who he says touched him and cut his face.
when I looked in the mirror, I was bleeding from that spot.
And also a story about how the Skinwalker poltergeist decapitated one of his chickens.
I had like an electromagnetic attack on my chicken house and decapitated the chicken.
Back in 2019, while filming season 1 of The Secret of Skinwalker Ranch, Taylor says he went to the Pentagon to brief some curious officials about what he was seeing on the ranch. And it was there, he says, that he met Jay Stratton for the first time. This is Jay Stratton. He was a naval intelligence officer who, over the course of 30 years, held many positions in the Department of Defense. Many don't know his name because he's only just recently retired and made his first public appearances. But while in the government, Stratton was involved with UFOs and Skinwalker Ranch for at least 15 years. Back in 2007, Stratton says he read the book Hunt for the Skinwalker, along with his co-worker James Lukatsky at the Defense Intelligence Agency. Our previous report debunks many aspects of this book, which contains many spooky stories, but provides no evidence at all to back up any of its claims. Despite this, both Stratton and Lukatsky were fascinated by the book and its stories of UFOs, ghosts, and monsters. Lukatsky lobbied Senator Harry Reid to acquire $22 million to study UFOs in Skinwalker Ranch. Lukatsky was the director of this study, a program called OSAP, and Stratton was a lead investigator. In Lukatsky's self-published book about OSAP, he refers to Stratton with a pseudonym, Jonathan Axelrod. But it's now been confirmed to me by multiple sources that Axelrod is Stratton. The book says Stratton first went to Skinwalker Ranch in 2009, and while there, he became possessed or infected with a poltergeist, and that it followed him home and tormented his family. The following is a partial list of what Stratton reportedly encountered. A huge wolf-like creature, screaming black shadowy humanoids, nightmarish dogmen, dark humanoid creatures. Even after OSAP was shut down in 2012, Stratton continued his pursuit of the paranormal, utilizing his position at the Pentagon to move the needle. It's reported that Stratton used his clout to create an official UFO task force within the Pentagon. He would then become the director of this task force. And that brings us back to Stratton's 2019 meeting with Travis Taylor. At the meeting, Stratton says he had a copy of one of Taylor's books, had read it, and was very impressed. It was a book about how to defend Earth from a possible alien invasion. It was in this meeting, again a briefing about Skinwalker Ranch, that Stratton asked Taylor if he wanted to join his UFO task force at the Pentagon. Taylor says he responded, "Hell yes." For the next 2 to 3 years, Travis Taylor would secretly work with Jay Stratton at the Pentagon, hunting UFOs and the paranormal, while also starring in entertainment shows on the History Channel about UFOs and the paranormal, because Brandon Fugel and the rest of the Skinwalker crew say they had no idea Taylor was doing this. In June 2022, after retiring from the Pentagon, Taylor finally went public with his secret. The Skinwalker crew was shocked.
Thank you, Canadian.
It was a bit of a shock.
In a video on the official Skinwalker Ranch website, Skinwalker Chief Security Officer Brian Arnold addresses this directly with Taylor.
It's hard to kind of wrap my head around to find out that, you had kind of were wearing two hats.
Taylor states he couldn't tell them about his secret Pentagon position because he swore an oath not to.
I signed an oath, I swore an oath actually, to protect that information, so I couldn't do anything about it.
But he tells the crew that he used his Pentagon position to protect them and the ranch from men in black.
I was giving you guys back cover. Jay Stratton told me was that if we find anybody doing anything illegal, if we find these men in black, that we're taking them down.
In UFO folklore, men in black are mythical government agents that work to suppress the truth about aliens and other things. Often, these men in black themselves are paranormal, appearing out of nowhere with strange, sometimes ghostly faces. However, beyond stories, there is no evidence that they even exist. It should be noted that Travis Taylor has publicly said that he thinks I, Stephen Greenstreet, just might be working for these nefarious men in black.
Man, it sure does seem like some of these guys, like Greenstreet, for example, have a motivation, a shadow group behind the curtain that's driving this, paying this, funding this.
That maybe these men in black are paying me to debunk things like Skinwalker Ranch.
If we find, some shadow organization or some men in black or whatever, then they're breaking the law.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we need to find them and bring them to justice.
This is, of course, not true and is utterly ridiculous. I was told by someone who previously spent years on the ranch to walk to the west gate that borders the Native American reservation and to pay attention to how I felt once I got there. They told me every time they did this that they felt and experienced something strange and sometimes frightening. Arriving at the gate, I felt fear for the first time of the night. Now that I've walked to the end of the line, literally, I can feel in my brain that spooky, a little bit of the spooky feeling. I'm starting to feel it a little bit. For some reason, I feel like I have to say I harbor no ill emotion or intentions. And then my lightning strike detector went off. My lightning strike detector just went off. It just beeped and it said relocate. That means right where I am is some kind of electrical thing. And then my eyes started to burn. God, jeez, hi. My face started to burn. What the f***? I went back to my campsite and poured water on my eyes and face to no avail. God damn it, it's hurting my eyes. Look at my eyes.
Oh.
Especially this one. Look how swollen it is. What the hell was happening to me?
Right?
An allergy attack or what?
I don't know.
Spooky pox.
Brandon Fugel claims Skinwalker Ranch is the biggest scientific endeavor of our time.
Little old me, Brandon Fugel, in the commercial real estate sector, is running arguably the most aggressive science discovery program.
But when it came time to define Skinwalker Ranch in legal documents, the word science was nowhere to be found. Fugel trademarked Skinwalker Ranch as a place of entertainment for the purpose of producing multimedia, movies, and TV shows. A location for entertainment, motion picture, television exploitation. Sure. The word science doesn't appear.
Oh.
Why?
My initial efforts to trademark Skinwalker and Skinwalker Ranch was to control the integrity and to preserve the integrity of what we're doing.
Fugel says he trademarked Skinwalker for purposes of entertainment to prevent others from using the Skinwalker name on various books, movies, and websites, which is something that's happened many times in the past.
I don't know that you can trademark scientific research.
But you could trademark a scientific company. You could trademark a scientific endeavor.
Yeah, but
a scientific
you don't
team,
trademark
a scientific brand.
Oh, well, I don't think Apple or SpaceX has filed a trademark for, I may be wrong.
Yeah, I'd be surprised to learn that SpaceX, as a brand, trademarked themselves as a entertainment, television, motion picture exploitation group. a trademark for SpaceX, says its goods and services are aerospace vehicles, namely launch vehicles and rockets. Another SpaceX document states, in part, that its primary class is scientific and technological services and research. At what point, Brandon, does Skinwalker Ranch rise above being a book for sale on Amazon or being a reality show on History Channel?
It already has. Game over, Stephen Greenstreet. Skinwalker Ranch has transcended books, media. We've proven that there is a legitimate scientific investigation and discovery.
Fugel may claim to have legitimate scientific discoveries, but he has yet to properly present that. Have you had submitted for peer review, scientific peer review?
Not yet.
Instead, he and his crew attend science fiction entertainment conventions like Alien Con, Phenomicon, and Fan X. Fans buy tickets to attend, and some of these tickets are quite pricey. The pricier tickets
Have a good day, Natural Healing. Thank you.
access, autographs, and selfies.
$2,000 for a ticket. That's crazy.
Isn't that insane? No way. No
Right?
way. That's crazy. Come on now.
I didn't want to pay $300 for CrimeCon.
I don't want to pay anything for these things. You know what I mean? Like, you shouldn't
Like,
have
I'll
to
just
pay.
hang outside.
You should be able to go to these conventions free. You should be able to get into them for free, and then you pay for all the other stuff. You shouldn't have to pay to get in, or if it is, it's like a $5 door charge or something. You know what I mean? It's crazy. I don't know. You're paying for these people is what you're paying for. $2,000? Come on.
Right?
Who the hell can afford that? Just to go in and
And
wow.
put an alien mask on.
Right. That's a pretty cool mask, though. The one over here is a little wild looking. Anyway. Yeah, I can't fathom that, folks. I'm sorry. Just can't. This is all money making sense, a lot of this stuff. So
in other words,
but again, this is why I'm showing you guys this side of this too, so you can see that this guy is looking at it, trying to see it one way, but he's also looking at this aspect of it being a possibility. So, you know.
Yeah, he's got an investment.
What's that, buddy?
Yeah, he's got an investment. He owns the properties. And he's wanting to make money.
That's a fact. That's why I think basically what this is stating is that's why Brandon got this, so that he could make you know, a career out of this, what it is. But then at the same time, you have people saying that this is real. You know what I mean? And you've seen these things happen with the cattle and so on and so forth. So where do you go with this? You know, that's why we're seeing this too. So
and some Utah government officials are spending taxpayer money to invest in Skinwalker Ranch, hoping to drive up local tourism. An investigation by Erica Lukes and Jack Brewer at Expanding Frontiers Research, an independent nonprofit, revealed financial documents showing Uinta County officials worked with Skinwalker Ranch crew members to create Phenomicon, a convention where fans pay money to meet paranormal celebrities like the Skinwalker Ranch crew members. Documents also show county officials paid Skinwalker crew members tens of thousands of dollars for their appearances and involvement. Travis Taylor, for example, was paid a little over $10,000 for his participation. Now, of course, city, county, and state governments hyping up a local supposed paranormal location to generate tourism is nothing new. Just look at the city of Roswell, New Mexico, the location of probably the most famous UFO case in history. Roswell is a kind of alien mecca. The city's welcome sign has a flying saucer on it, and I'm sure annual profits from tourism have become both expected and essential to the city's income. But there is a big difference between Skinwalker Ranch and a place like Roswell. Roswell doesn't claim visiting its city could possibly kill you. As we previously reported, the most shocking Skinwalker claim is that an evil poltergeist, which they call the Hitchhiker, can infect you, attach itself to you, and then infect other people around you. In James Lakatsky's book about his Skinwalker investigations, He refers to this poltergeist as an infectious agent, a contagion, and compares it to COVID-19. I asked Fugel if he agreed with Lakatsky's claims about a contagious hitchhiker. Hitchhikers, an evil presence that attaches itself to people and spreads like a contagion.
Yes.
The hitchhiker phenomena, according to you, is real.
We have data demonstrating that there is validity to those claims.
Illnesses and injuries have occurred at your ranch.
Absolutely.
Jay Stratton claims he became infected with the hitchhiker in 2009 and that his family suffered many health effects. Travis Taylor at Phenomicon, again, an event sponsored and promoted by Utah government officials, says Jay Stratton infected his neighbor and that this infection gave her cancer. Taylor then shockingly claims that Robert Bigelow, former owner of Skinwalker Ranch, sold the ranch in 2016 because the ranch killed his wife. This claim is even more bizarre because Bigelow's wife died in 2020, 4 years after Bigelow sold the ranch. Before I could visit Skinwalker Ranch, I had to sign a waiver that acknowledged that the paranormal might hurt me, injure me, or even kill me. These are very serious claims, and Fugel and his crew claim to be very serious about them.
We do take it seriously. We have brought in leading healthcare professionals.
Have you ever contacted the CDC?
No, we've just referred anyone to medical professionals. We've had medical attention immediately given to those who have experienced some of these
I can
things.
understand, someone trips and falls, a unique experience causes a unique injury.
Sure.
But when there's a list, and you're very public about this on
Right.
Twitter, you're very public that there is an ongoing, consistent, physical threat to the human body and to human beings.
Sure.
Why haven't you called the CDC?
Because I don't know that the CDC is capable of assessing or even commenting on the nature of what we are dealing with out there.
Have you ever contacted the National Institute of Health, the National Institute of Sciences?
No.
Offered to brief them?
No.
If it was me and there was especially a place that I owned and it was a location and I was inviting people in and some of those people got hospitalized ongoing, at some point I'm going to go, okay, I got to call in the big guns here. And also,
I don't really trust the big guns.
Okay.
I mean, here's the thing.
Right. So you don't trust the government. You don't
Well,
trust
I don't trust any authority is just as flawed.
Speaking of flawed, what do these people who claim to have been potentially exposed to a deadly pathogen do? They go on a national tour and meet hundreds of people. Infectious disease. Step right up, get your $20 selfies. Contagion. Get your tickets now. COVID-19. Hell yeah, I'll sign your alien mannequin. Children suffering. So much fun. Death. But wait, there's more. Fugel claims the ranch can possibly injure or kill you at any moment, and then he flies out celebrities for a tour of the ranch. Like Trent Reznor, Post Malone, and Darth Vader. Who?
Real fun, quick fun fact is I met Trent Reznor at Borders Bookstore in Niles, Ohio. For those of you that don't know who he is.
Nice.
Really cool. Laid back. You have no idea who he actually would be by looking at him, talking to him. But anyway. This is interesting, to say the least. This guy's stating that you could literally lose your life possibly by going to this ranch, but he's bringing all these people out to tour the ranch. Do you not think that's odd? I mean,
medical episodes, a common occurrence at Skinwalker Ranch.
Right. It's crazy. It's crazy. This is insane.
Wouldn't want to bring Darth Vader to Skinwalker Ranch. I also invited Darth Sidious, Ian McDiarmid, but he chickened out.
We do take it seriously.
can't emphasize enough how much this makes no sense. There is a complete lack of logic here. But it gets worse.
Hey, gentlemen, I'd like you to meet Attorney General for the state of Utah, Sean Reyes.
The Utah State Attorney General, Sean Reyes, appears on the Skinwalker TV show a couple of times. Fugel says Reyes has been briefed for years about the events at Skinwalker Ranch.
Brandon's been keeping me updated.
Reyes says he speaks on behalf of the citizens of Utah.
On behalf of the citizens of the state of Utah.
And that Skinwalker Ranch is an important issue for the state.
These are important issues for our state.
Beyond his appearances on the show, Reyes attends science fiction conventions, sitting next to Fugel in the Skinwalker crew. I sent Reyes multiple questions about all of this, to no response. Why? I emailed the governor of Utah asking if Skinwalker, per his attorney general, is in fact an important issue for the state, and if so, what's being done to keep people safe? The governor's office declined to comment. Why? United States Senator Mike Lee went to Skinwalker Ranch with his staff and was given a briefing by Fugel. Fugel says Lee and his staff signed the same health waiver I did. Senator Lee's office did not respond to multiple requests for comment. Why? Why are state and federal officials seemingly endorsing and validating, in part, claims of a deadly contagion that harms human beings, while at the same time apparently doing nothing about it beyond appearing on a reality TV show and attending sci-fi conventions? These are questions that demand answers. I got inside my tent, hoping sleep might alleviate my burning eyes. I woke up the next morning with my eye still swollen. At this point, I was convinced it was simply my allergies.
No, I think they're trying to say that it's a money-making scheme, Jules. Like, that's all it is they're just making money off of this, but it's supposed to be so dangerous. And I think that's what the basis of what that conversation was. Meanwhile, he's still trying to experience whatever he may experience there. So I think that's what it was.
To weeds and grass. The last time my eyes swelled like this was 20 years ago, while I was living in Utah.
Wow, again, huh?
I go back to Skinwalker headquarters, and after a brief chat with Eric Bard and Thomas Winterton, I left Skinwalker Ranch. I stopped at a gas station and bought some allergy medicine, and within a few hours, I was fine.
That's what I said. Looked like an allergic reaction to something.
Spending 24 hours at Skinwalker Ranch did not convince me of its paranormal claims. The books don't convince me. And a reality show on the History Channel doesn't either. But the show does, however briefly, reveal pieces of data. Data that the Skinwalker investigators claim proves something spooky is going on.
All of this new data that we have tells us there are some really weird anomalies.
So I thought this raw data might convince me. But it's not publicly available. I tried to find some of this data on the Skinwalker Ranch website, which you have to pay money for, because it says if you pay the money, they'll give you documentation of current research. So I broke out my MasterCard and signed up, but it was mostly just more of the same. Some weird photos, some weird videos, and more spooky stories. There was no raw data. So I emailed Brandon and asked if he could send me the best raw data he has regarding the paranormal on the ranch. Specifically, I wanted to see the raw data
Yes, sir,
pointing
brother.
to a wormhole existing above the ranch. The wormhole theory comes from an episode where they launch a balloon and then lose the balloon, and then launch some rockets and then something happens to the rockets. And so Travis Taylor suggests,
What if the only way to explain all these things is with a wormhole?
he suggests that maybe the balloon and the rockets went inside a wormhole. By the way, how did he already have that drawn on the chalkboard? It just looks like it took some time to do, and then it's just suddenly there. Did he maybe do it a long time ago and was just waiting for a wormhole discussion? Anyways, I asked Fugle if he could send me the best raw data he has, and he said he would. He just needed some time. So I waited, and waited. After 2 months, I told him that I couldn't wait anymore. I had to finish this episode, so I gave him a hard deadline. Finally, 4 days after the deadline, he sent me the top evidences of Skinwalker Ranch. Multiple paragraphs. Words describing spooky things. For visual aids, he included clips from the History Channel show. That's it. That's all. So if this is the best that they have, then they have a whole lot of nothing. And
Right,
maybe
where's their
that's
trail
the
cam?
real secret of Skinwalker Ranch.
Game over, Stephen Greenstreet.
Go tell that long-tongued liar. Go tell that midnight rider. Tell the rambler, the gambler, the backbiter. Tell them God's gonna cut them down. Tell them God's gonna cut them down. You can run on for a long time. Run on for a long time. Run on for a long time. Sooner or later, gotta cut you down. Sooner or later, gotta cut you down. Sooner or later, gotta cut you down. Sooner or later, gotta cut you down.
I want to know why his eyes got that way. Oh, you're muted, buddy. Maybe it was allergies or something.
The way it looked, I think it was he has probably had an allergy to that ragweed. It was all around him. Based on what it looked like with his eyes, he said he took some allergy medication. A couple hours later, he was fine. So there it is. You can take it which way you want to take it, folks. That's why I wanted you guys to see two sides to this, as I always do. You know, is it this? Is it that? Is it that?
Tomato, tomato.
You can get with this, or you can get with that.
Those were good commercials.
Yeah. Yeah, I forgot about
Kia, what was it? Or Scion or something.
The hamster car.
Yeah, the hamsters. Good
yeah.
stuff.
Now, that was actually a song from the 80s, too, by Tribe Called Quest. So, let me see something here.
Those damn hamsters took over my brain.
Yeah. Now, I got some stuff to show you guys here with this in regards to what a skinwalker is supposed to be. Okay. You guys take it for what you want to take it for. Okay. Again, this is all based on your perception of whatever you're seeing. I can't force you guys to see it. I can't force you guys to not see it. I can't force you guys to believe what they're saying it is. I want you guys to have your own minds, your own feelings, your own theories, your own opinions on all of it. That's what it's all about, folks. Be you. Don't let anybody else tell you something. I'm showing it to you. You're perceiving it as what you are. This is considered to be a skinwalker that pretends to be a dog. I got some other stuff I'm going to show you too, and it just goes along with this.
I'm ready for Halloween.
Oh, yes. So am I, bro.
Yeah.
Please, please help. Somebody.
Just for the record, I don't believe this. This is kind of...
I would like a bone.
What?
Oh, please, please help.
It's a joke.
Somebody.
Oh. What the fuck?
I would like a bone.
I just wanted to give you guys a little laugh. That's all.
Fuck the bone.
But there is actually some stuff here. Where are we at here? I had in here to show you guys. 1 second.
Great music.
Oh yeah, thanks again. I thought it was fitting for the Friday stuff that we do.
Yeah. It's like the Italian urban cheese bread at Subway. You get that baked in shredded cheese on top. That's what the music is for your show. It's that baked in shredded cheese.
Yeah, right.
In this next creepy video, the TikTok user Lindsay Ivan captured a bizarre.
Adds that flavor.
All right. Hold on a minute. Some of this is really loud. Let me turn this down. Here we go. All right, let's try. See if this works. Let me know if you can hear this okay, folks.
Yum.
In this next creepy video, the TikTok user Lindsay Ivan has captured a bizarre video of some unexplained creature climbing on top of her roof. She claims it to be a skinwalker.
Now, see, I struggle with stuff like this when people put this out. How hard would it be to tell your husband to go climb up on the roof and take a picture of it? You know? These things kill me. I can't believe them all.
Skinwalkers do like roofs.
Mm-hmm. But that doesn't mean you gotta use your minds. You gotta use, this is another one. Hold on a minute. Okay, here we go. This guy swears by this. I've watched his stuff a few times.
2021. After years of content creation, I was able to purchase my first home. I achieved the American dream, a dream I didn't think was possible before. Everything in my life is great, thanks to the love and support of my fans. It took us a while to settle into this new place. We weren't really used to living in a secluded area. All the houses we lived in previously were much smaller, packed in like sardines. So to be in a much more open place is a blessing. It's a dream come true. Life before my mid-30s was a real struggle. I fought hard to get what I wanted, to provide for my family, and be the best man I could for my kids. Now I'm almost 40 years old, and I'm feeling the weight of my past. It's catching up to me quick. My kids are the only thing that keep me grounded. They make me feel young again. They're the main reason I push as hard as I do. I'd go to any lengths to keep them safe. I would kill, die, or jump in a fire for them, which is why this video had to be made. November 2021. It was a cold night, and we were taking our new puppy, Charlie, outside to use the bathroom. We started hearing what sounded like barking noises from across the field behind our house. Upon listening to this barking sound, I noticed that it really didn't sound like a dog. It almost sounded like something was mimicking a dog. Didn't think nothing of it at the time. We were in good spirits, and I started barking back at it. Or rather, I was saying woof.
Woof. Woof. Bark.
Bark, bark, bark.
And 5 seconds later, we heard the sound again, only it was right on our fence line. Again, didn't think nothing of it at the time. Then a few seconds later, we heard it on the opposite end of the field. Me and my girl were kind of puzzled. It was the exact same sound, but how could an animal move that fast? Again, didn't think nothing of it. And we started hearing other sounds, kind of like a bird. And again, I mocked it.
Good afternoon, Mother. Thank you for joining us
Me and
today.
my girl were kind of weirded out about the situation, but we didn't take it too seriously. So we ended up going back inside, and about an hour later, it hit me. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I was like, what could have made those sounds? And how could those sounds move from one side of the field to the other, which was hundreds of yards away from each other? Now, it's kind of hard to hear what was going on from the crappy audio of my security cam, but it was one of those things where you had to be there to really experience what we were hearing. The exact same sound moving hundreds of yards in just a few seconds. So the next night, I went outside to smoke a cigar. I was taking a break from making videos, and something felt off. I started hearing the sound of breathing, and I didn't know where it was coming from. I'll never forget the sound. It was a very deep, slow breathing sound, and it sounded like it was right on me, but I couldn't pinpoint where it was. It was almost as if the sound was trying to lure me out deeper into my yard, but the unsettling feeling I had in my stomach prevented me from doing it. And when I watched the security footage, I was shocked.
What is that?
Why didn't they show the rest of it?
That day on, I knew I was dealing with something paranormal.
The hell?
Security cam footage every single day for a month, but came up empty-handed.
Joel said it's a
Until
spider
one
web.
night, sometime in December, I was taking another break, and I started hearing what sounded like coyotes.
Shout.
Yeah. That's exactly what that sounds like. I hear that out here all the time.
I don't know if you guys can hear this. I might have to look at the security cam footage, but it sounded like coyotes litter. I don't know if my phone's picking this up. I'll have to check the security cameras. Listen to that. It's all around my house.
They may have been mating, depending on where time of year it was. Sounds like that out here from time to time.
Man, this is bugging me out. Again, it was very hard for the camera to pick up the direction of the sound.
Kels.
But where I was hearing these sounds was an impossibility. I've been in situations before where sound actually bounces, but this was completely different. Our street extends into a field, So there's fields on both sides of my house. I was hearing things across the street, up the street, to the left of me. It didn't make any sense. So I decided to go out and kind of investigate. I didn't go too far. I thought I was recording that, but apparently I wasn't. So that footage is missing. But the further out I went, the closer the sounds got to me, until I chickened out and went home. In one area, it was so loud, I thought I was right up on what was making the noise. But there was nothing there. January 2022. After the holiday season, I decided to figure out what was going on. I started on foot, walking Charlie every day, looking for anything I could, hoping to find clues as to what was going on. Every day that I explored, my walks progressively got longer and longer. I realized that this place was much bigger than I'd realized. But like clockwork, every single day at the same time, I would explore out in the cornfields. Being the content creator that I am, I rarely ever leave the house. I was becoming addicted to being outside again. It's been a long time since I've felt that. I was on a mission. I was going to do whatever it took to get answers. But at the time, my methods were slow and I didn't have the right equipment. I started using my electric bike to cover more ground because there's a lot of field to explore. I ran across some pretty unsettling things, but nothing out of the ordinary. Some dead fish, dead turtle, but nothing really groundbreaking. I laid low for about a month, trying to plot out what the next step was. I noticed that during the daytime, there was never anything unusual. No sounds, nothing seemed off. It was just normal. Everything that I'd experienced was in the nighttime, which is the hallmark trait of a skinwalker. A skinwalker is a spirit with the ability to transform into any different type of animal at will. They are most frequently seen as coyotes, wolves, foxes, eagles, owls, or crows. The only thing we don't have out here are wolves. But coyotes, foxes, owls, and crows, funny enough, recently I've seen a lot of. They can also steal the face of different people and can sometimes appear as someone you know. If you accidentally lock eyes with a skinwalker, they can absorb themselves into your body and take control of your actions. The legend of the skinwalker originates from the Navajo, a southwestern Native American tribe. In the Navajo language, the word skinwalker, Yi Naudlushi, and translates to he who walks on all fours. They're able to run incredible distances overnight. Some say over 200 miles in one evening. And while they can take many forms, many people see them today describe them as hollowed out dog-like animals. They also have the ability to recruit more skinwalkers. And the only way you can kill them is if you call them by their true human name. March 2022. As the weeks went on and winter slowed to a halt, vegetation started to take over the fields. I knew I couldn't just wait around for something to happen, so I decided to pick a night where the weather was nice and personally monitor what was going on. It was time to set up a stakeout and use myself as bait to draw something in. All right, so tonight is the night. It's supposed to be, I think, around 63 degrees, but I want to get out there before the bugs and the mosquitoes and, all the plant growth. And it's a cornfield, so they're going to be planting corn soon. And I actually found the tree that I'm going to be sleeping on. It's actually right under a pine tree, which is probably loaded with spiders. But there's no other tree back there in that massive field to get where there's not a whole lot of shrubs and grass growing. So I'm prepping my equipment now. Got 2 extra batteries for this camera. I've got my hunting camera, which I'm going to be setting up on a tree. I'm going to be taking my pack, my chest pack, also for my protection. I'm bringing a nice, big, hefty can of bear spray, just in case. Not that there's going to be any bears.
Bear spray.
But, I want to have the most potent thing I can if something attacks me. I don't want to be popping off rounds out in that field. I'm going to get me some snacks together as well. I got a feeling it's going to be a wild night.
Is he really on a bike?
Imagine what the neighbors think of this guy.
Exactly. Seeing this guy ride down the street on his kid's bike with all that shit on his head, like I'd just be like, dude,
Get in the house, kids. Get in the house right now.
Exactly. Seeing like, Dad, Mom, who's that? Nobody. Go inside. Nobody. You never seen him. You'll never see
I
him
said
again.
now. I said now.
Right. Right. Quit staring. Stop staring. Stop staring.
Oh shit.
Yeah, right, Shelly. He's on a mission, especially on that bike. Come on now.
All right.
Yeah,
I guess
he's
he
got
can
that
have-
squint
Here we
eye
are.
going.
Yeah.
At the spot under the pine tree, and sun's going down. It's pretty much dark.
I guess
out
not,
here. There's
Dinky.
just literally
I hear
just
those
a
all
little
the
bit of
time.
light behind me. I'm in for a long night. The IR on the camera is the only thing that's on now, and it's bright enough to light my face. So I've got quite the view.
He reminds me of the one guy
And
from
this battery is half
Doug
full, so
from
I'm just gonna run
AWP.
it out. And
AWP
then-
anymore,
then the
but
other battery,
whoever, wherever they're
there's a
called
lot
now.
of frogs. I've only been sitting out here for maybe like 10, 15 minutes, and already, like, just the sounds are starting to get to me.
Chains.
But
Right.
we'll see what happens.
Nothing to see here, kids. Nothing to see here.
This is surreal in a way. I just hope a damn spider don't crawl up on me, dog.
I'm feeling you on that one,
Cleared
bro.
this area out as much as I could with my foot. So I'm probably going to be sitting cross-legged. See if I can set the camera down. It's a little unstable, but
This
think
is
it'll look
serious to
good.
him. We're making jokes about this stuff.
There's
This
really
dude's
no
for real.
comfortable way to sit. Oh man, let's see if I can put my back against this tree with my backpack. Maybe lean on it. Oh,
I guess he falls
that's a little
asleep.
better. Not by much. Let's see if we can see anything off.
I'm
in the
not sure,
distance with
chick.
this IR light. Yeah, can't really see much. Let me turn on the big one. Okay, there's the big IR light. It just goes into darkness.
He lives under that
There's where the
tree.
sun's going down. Over that way. Oh man, what am I doing?
I can, Shelly.
As the sun went down and the night progressed, I felt my awareness expanding. I felt a really strange shift in my thought process, and I was doing whatever I could to shut out my own thoughts and just get through
No,
the night.
Hunt, Sarah. This
It's strange how
Definitely
well
not
the
a
IR light works in this video because
hold
it was
on.
pitch black.
I don't want to talk over him. I hope everything went well, first of all, Sarah. And second of all, it's not a spook. It's this gentleman is actually, he moved into a home where he thinks that he sees a skinwalker in his backyard, and he's trying to capture this on his equipment. So he's serious. We were making some jokes, probably shouldn't have, but he's serious. So
No, I mean, it's like if you have a gopher in your backyard, you're trying to snag, you know?
right. Right. I agree. A little bit
You gotta
different than a
peep it.
gopher, but yeah, kind of the same.
You gotta peep it. You gotta peep it.
That's it.
Man, I really wish I could start a fire.
I wish you could too.
I really wish I could start a fire.
You cold?
It's pretty
So
clear.
I was
Right.
always terrified of the dark.
Oh no, he's not cold. He's dark.
yeah,
It looks
it's
dark as hell
crazy.
there too.
Yeah.
How tightly compact your awareness becomes when it's nighttime. You don't trust anything.
Thank you, Jules.
I almost just want to close my eyes and go to sleep.
And that's probably what he does.
I should have brought like a stool or a chair. My backside is starting to hurt from sitting here. I don't want to move. Man, dude, I had a panic attack. I don't know what it was. I was just sitting here and all of a sudden it hit me like a ton of bricks. But I've had oh my God. I keep thinking I see something moving. Man, dude, this is intense. I wish my eyes would adjust better. Man, I wish I could see in the dark. I cannot believe I'm doing this. I've got my spray ready though. My right foot's starting to cramp. I just want it to be over with. I just want to go to sleep. I just want to relax and go to sleep.
And he's out, like I figured. Thank you.
It's a weird mixed bag. It's like it's peaceful, but then it's not. Like all my senses are just so heightened right now.
Shelly,
I haven't felt this way in a long time. I've
my
never.
back hurts and I can't see in the dark, but I have my bear spray ready.
Just stranded. Just if I didn't have my.
You guys are great. I love it.
I'd be screwed. Got a headlight on it, so if something happens, I need to bail.
Shelly said chest pains are next.
He doesn't like eye contact.
On my
No.
light up here, grab the camera.
Yeah, it should have been. If it was a full moon, you should be able to see everything.
He's got some cool gadgets. That's for. I mean, look at how clear that video is.
Some serious lights.
Yeah.
I'm not falling back asleep.
Adeline Dump made him sleepy.
Passing out. Oh my God, my phone vibrated. I started to pass out.
All right, buddy. I have to
you
hop
guys are
off.
great.
Video games, man.
Ghostbusters, yeah.
I'm expecting something to just charge out of the woods, start screaming at me.
I appreciate you. I'm gonna hang out and chat though, buddy. Thank you for having
I'm gonna
me.
let this loose.
What'd you say,
I'm
Bob?
gonna let this whole can of bear spray loose.
I gotta
on me.
hop off now, but I appreciate you having me up here, man.
Yep.
It's been fun. I've
Absolutely.
enjoyed this a lot.
I appreciate you. I
As
hope you
the
did.
night went
Very
on,
interesting. Thank you, sir.
I got more and more tired. It was so peaceful out there. Even though my senses were heightened, my body was relaxed. It was almost like my brain was awake. My body was asleep. Everything was fine. Until it wasn't.
Uh-oh. Lucy. Lucy, that's too funny.
Oh my God, it's still rolling. Oh my God, dude. So I just had a panic attack. And dude, I'm hearing stuff. Lots of stuff moving. I got my bear spray ready. I think something's coming through the grass. I can't see.
Oh man.
What is that?
Because the neighbors are all staring at him. That's what he's hearing.
It's so dark I can't focus. Oh, dude.
Gotta go. Where are you going?
There's something walking. There's a lot of something walking. I'm gone. I'm gone, bro. I ain't f***ing around. Oh my God. I'm out. I'm out of this.
He's out of this bitch. It's Malachi. It's he who walks behind the rose. The hell was that?
Arrivederci.
Just leave. Quit saying it. A hedgehog.
Yeah, man.
Next thing you know, he's going to be attacked by a...
I just want to get out of here.
A killer prairie dog.
Oh my God.
It's Dino Beaver.
Oh my God. Bro, if something jumps on me, I'm screwed.
You're going to spray yourself in
I'm
the
holding
face with the
camera
bear
with one
mace.
hand. I should have thought this out better.
Nope,
I'm
I don't think
toppling
so.
off on this bike, dude.
No pew pew.
Yeah, man. That's it. No more of that.
Is he riding
tonight,
a bike
anyway.
or walking?
It could have been coyotes. I don't know, but I couldn't see it. I heard it like it was there.
Sorry, Bonnie.
Oh, it's so cold. It got really cold out of nowhere. Like freezing.
It's called the sun went down.
Oh.
It does. Looks like he's pushing the bike. I
Oh
agree.
my God. All right. I am back home.
He's safe?
Dude. That sucked a lot. Like a lot. My heart, dude, is pounding. I didn't want to turn on my headlight. I had
That's
no
my
choice.
thought.
I had no choice. All right. I am back home.
Right, wasn't it?
And I've never been so absolutely terrified in my life. I'm going to watch this back and see if I picked up anything. I have no idea. I don't know why I'm still whispering. There's a lot of like corn stalks just everywhere from where they cut them down. And I kept hearing something shuffle. Something was moving them. And it sounded like a lot of something, like it was all around me. I need to prep for that a lot better because that was dumb. Had it been a pack of coyotes, I'd have been screwed. Like I said, it could have been it wasn't my imagination. I can't explain that. I didn't make it the full night. Oh, I'm going to bed.
That night, I had nightmares about my experience. Only in the dream, I couldn't run away. I didn't sleep that long. I had totally forgot about my hunting can that I left up there. I thought for sure there had to be something on it.
All right, so it's like 7 o'clock in the morning. It's been about 3.5, 4 hours later. I didn't sleep much last night. I have to go retrieve my camera, so I'm just gonna.
So we're laughing at this guy, but he makes $30 million as a YouTuber. So I guess whatever he wants to do, since $30 million, there's the cash apps, folks. If I can make 30 million, you know, just kidding, folks. Just kidding. Thank you, Heather. Those are the Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App for anybody who wants to support the channel in that sense. But yes, yeah, I guess he does know what he's doing, folks. Just put it that way.
I'm gonna grab my running gun rig. I'm not trying to carry something big with me, and we're gonna go get this camera. Oh man,
That's what I was thinking. He didn't have any experience. He
I'm
just
tired
fell asleep at the tree, so he dreamt
as
about
hell.
sleeping in the tree.
All right, looks like there's a bunch of people walking up the street, so
They're all the
I don't want them
neighbors,
to see
like
me cutting
CJ
that
said.
field. Man, I was so close to getting through the night up there, and I kind of regret leaving, but then again, I don't. Hopefully, this hunting cam got something.
He
Here
left
we are in the
something.
daytime. Let's check on the camera. There's the camera. Here's where I was sitting. Yeah, and whatever I heard was coming from that way. I don't know. We'll have to check this footage.
After watching the footage of me fleeing the scene, I was relieved and disappointed at the same time.
That was him.
I tried
fleeing.
everything I could to manipulate the video, changing the contrast, the brightness, and once again, I came up empty-handed. I started wondering if it was just me, if what I was hearing was my imagination.
Right.
Maybe the
Canadian.
dogs barking were just a coincidence. Maybe the howls I heard was just some coyotes. Maybe what I heard in the field was just the wind blowing. I started to second guess my sanity, but I couldn't stop.
Exactly, Dinky.
Now I had a new mission: to prove to myself that I wasn't crazy and what I was hearing was real. I needed to up my game. I needed better equipment. I needed more time. Staying out in that field was one of the most terrifying experiences of my life. I felt vulnerable, alone, weak, helpless. It was extremely uncomfortable. It was time for an upgrade. May.
What is he doing now?
2022. A couple of months passed, and I ended up getting my daughter Abby a golf cart for her birthday. Little did I know, this was the best piece of equipment that I could use. And Abby didn't mind. For the first 2 weeks, we used it to explore everywhere. We had a blast getting lost back in the fields, and it was effortless to go where we wanted. This thing was a beast. I didn't know golf carts were so powerful, so handy. But
I
it
need
lit
one
a
of
fire
them.
underneath me. I could now carry my equipment. I could even comfortably sit in the golf cart throughout the night. I ended up buying some more hunting cams, setting them up in various places.
Scott, that's
throughout
his
the fields.
Ecto 1.
One spot in particular was next to a creek. It just had a weird vibe to it. I let the cameras run for a couple of weeks, and I monitored their activity. Found some pretty interesting things. Maybe I wasn't crazy after all.
There you go, everybody. Jules said that was a wild boar. Probably was. Thank you guys for joining me today. I just wanted to give you a little entertainment towards the end here, guys. Give you something to smile at. It was probably a dino beaver.
Dino Beaver. Yeah. Mm. Mm-hmm.
Well, I hope you guys enjoyed it either way. Again, this was our Friday today. Tomorrow, of course, we have the hearings going on in the Brian Koberger case, University of Idaho. So we will be here for that. Same time, same place, same day, go doing the same things. So I hope you guys are here for that. Of course, I'd love to share that time with you as always. Love you guys. Does anybody have any comments or questions, anything in regards to the real stuff we watch, of course? Yes, tomorrow's going to be a big day. Thank you, Miss Heather. And then Monday or Tuesday, we will be finishing up the Sarah Boone stuff. Like I said, guys, I'm sorry I couldn't do it today. I had to flip days around, so on and so forth. Thank you, Smiley. I hope everybody enjoyed today. I really do. Go Browns, 7:30. We got our first game tonight. Our first preseason game. Yeah, buddy. You know what I'm gonna be doing. Let me see what we got here. Thank you, Miss Kim. I appreciate that. Shelly, thank you so very much. Chick and Cheek, thank you so much for that. Kimmy, you are so welcome. Thank you for being here. Shane's always dear. Thank you so much, darling. I appreciate you, Miss Bonnie. Thank you so much for that. Doodlebug, absolutely, always. Always. Billy growling, that's right. Okay, first. I'm in the wrong business. What are you talking about, buddy? Oh, the 30 million. Yeah, right. I know. It's crazy. Either way, guys. Thank you so much for joining me today. I appreciate you. Oh, yes, Miss Heather. There's the Amazon wish list. I appreciate that once again for anybody that purchased things off of there. You guys are amazing. You guys rock and roll. I appreciate it all so very much. Anybody that donated to the channel, support the channel that way. God bless. From the heart, we thank you so very much. That's what keeps me coming to you every single day, guys. I do love and appreciate you all so very much. With that, thank you all. For those of you that are here supporting the channel, just by supporting the channel, you have no idea how important it is to me and how much I love you guys for that. Mad Dago. Yeah. And again, thank you all for that. My moderators, thank you so very much. Miss Heather, Stevie Irwin, all of them, Molly. These people all have their own channels, guys. Please check it out. Show some love and respect for what they do. They do a lot here for me, but they do a lot for themselves. They deserve that support and that subscription from you guys checking them out. I appreciate that very much. There's our own Stevie Irwin's channel. Please check that out. Miss Heather has a channel. Miss Molly has a channel. A lot of our people out here have their channels, guys. Again, there's the cash links. Anybody that had donated to those, please thank you guys so very much for that. That is what makes me come out here every day to you guys and pays the bills. I do appreciate you for that. Again, if anybody that is a new member would like to join the Discord with the rest of us here, we have some exclusive special things you guys get for that. We do movie nights, we do music nights, we just hang out and talk. Guys, sometimes it gives you a little early perspective into what we're doing. And most of all, it's cool just to hang out with these awesome people in this community in there every single day. So use that link there. Get a hold of the awesome Miss Brandy B, the OG. Send her that email. She'll send you one back, and you will be in there with us, guys. That is so awesome. Again, today, Blue Flame, thank you for joining us today. Next Friday, Blue Flame, if you're available, I would love to have you up here on panel with me. If you would like to join me, it would be absolutely amazing. So please, if you have the time, let me know. Think about it. I would love to have you here. Miss Caddy Sunny, thank you for being here with us as well. CJ, bro, thank you always so very much to have you. Happy to have you on the panel with me. Always fun, always good times. Besides that, guys, do me a favor. It's so very important for me. Don't forget to love yourselves and to love each other. Don't change a thing about yourselves, folks, because you are the beautiful people. Besides that, everyone, I will see you so very soon. Have a great rest of your day, folks. Bye-bye.